So, last month you were invited by Amber to come to the guild council meeting. Uh, you weren't given much information on what this meeting was going to be about, but what you could assume from murmurings around the guild is that it is about the uh, uptick in monsters and the guild looking to do something about it reaching outside the walls.
So, like, looking for help from other cities?
Possibly, or also possibly going on the offensive, trying to find some sort of outside source that could be causing this. There's some sort of phenomena in the wastes. Pretty much a meeting to discuss long-term solutions since the problem hasn't dissipated, and Middle Tower has been a good band-aid fix, but not a permanent solution.
I see.
You meet up at Middle Tower with Candace, who is also heading to this meeting with you. Uh, Candace's outfit is a steel engraved um, curious, a breastplate with arm guard shoulder plates, and what looks to be a sword grip at her left hip, although there is no blade or sheath coming off of it. The pommel of the sword has a large sapphire engraved into it with a gold guard, and dangling around her neck is a teardrop shaped sapphire pendant. Uh, as Amber suggested before, most people come to these meetings in their sort of battle regalia. So I would assume
I
you
should
are
be right
in.
at home.
Yeah. As Candace comes downstairs in her uh, battle uniform, she walks up to you and is like, "Okay, you ready to get going?"
I don't believe I've ever seen you wearing armor.
Well, that's because most of the time I'm here at the desk, but I am a trained university graduate, so I do know my way around a blade when I need to. And
The versatility of both the pen and the sword.
yeah, pretty much. Although I much rather prefer the pen over the sword. A surprising amount of things can get done without the need for a blade. Anywho's, let's at least get a move on.
Yes.
And as you guys are walking over towards the guild, Candace chuckles. It's like, I was wondering why Amber invited you to come along, and part of it is assuredly because, your particular standing, but I I also think she might have just been looking out for me.
For you?
Yeah, possibly thought I was in need of a guard of sorts, which isn't necessarily a terrible idea, judging on the events of the last few months.
Well, I'm no stranger to escort missions.
Yeah. Well, either way, I'm happy to have you here. It's much more reassuring to have a partner as I am walking the streets that could jump out and kill me at any moment, it feels.
Sorry, the silence is it's killing me and I don't know what to say.
It's okay. It's fitting. Anywho, um, so I don't think I ever really got the chance to ask, and it's okay if you don't feel like mentioning it, but what ended up bringing you from Frostholm?
Business.
Business. That's reasonable. That's about as much as I'd expect. Mm-hmm.
It's, I guess it's business I can't exactly talk about, but it's something that can only be done in Lacrimosa. So I had to come here.
Oh, makes sense. A busybody as always, and with that, uh, the two of you probably continue on in relative silence for the rest of the walk over. Uh, you split up around where you get to the guild, because Candace has some people she needs to talk to before going into the council hall. So you end up splitting off and heading into the hall yourself.
Sad.
Sad?
I don't like splitting off from my partner.
um, the council hall itself is one long table up in front with three seats behind it. Then there are these sort of like uh, think like a oh, what is it called? Uh, like an auditorium style seats that sort of raise up and are in these layers. Uh, and you find a good seat and sit yourself down. There are, I would say, familiar faces around, people that you've probably worked with once or twice, but not too many people that you would know by name. The exceptions to this are um, Amber, who is in a suit of black and gray armor. Behind her, sitting a hammer the size of herself behind her large chair. She seems laid back as usual, slightly tipping her chair backwards as she watches the hunters file in. The second, a man with a cold but thoughtful gaze as he scans the room. You haven't seen him many times, but you would know him to be Briar Hill. He leads most expeditions out to the far wastes. His attire has hints of nature, and he has no weapon beside him. The third is a middle-aged woman with graying hair and her crossbow sitting at her side. Maria Moon was the leader of the rescue team by the night, sent to help travelers or scavengers caught in the wastes when a flare is cast. They have reportedly never failed a request. A bit later, you see Candace walk in, and she sees you and comes up and takes a seat beside you. Okay, time to get this started.
Seems like I'm one of the younger ones here.
Well, some people have been working here uh, for almost as long as Lacrimosa has. Lacrimosa and the guild, at least, have existed. although many from those days have either retired or have uh, passed on. But points to a couple of much older hunters who seem to be well into like their 70s. Some are still kicking despite uh, maybe not being as up for the job.
It's inspirational.
Yes, absolutely. And you hear a uh, gavel ring out from the table as Amber calls the room to order. Oh, okay. We gathered here originally to talk about the concerning amount of monsters that have cropped up in the last few months. However, since the planning of this meeting about a month ago, a few new issues have cropped up that we have to deal with immediately. So that will be taking the forefront of today's council meeting. Mainly the destruction of the Hall of Water. And as soon as that is mentioned, murmurs start to crop up around the room, and you hear the word Middle Tower thrown around a few times. Maria speaks up over the crowd. We are not here to place blame on particular parties, as they have already been reprimanded and spoken to. And when that is said, Candace just sort of leans back and gives a very light sigh. However, through this, we have been informed of a few things as Miss Everbright has shared the details with us, so we may prepare. Something is coming in a month's time. We don't know what it is or how strong it might be, but something has been hinted at and is either being planned or is on its way here. We, again, aren't sure. So we have to sort of be prepared for everything. After speaking to involved parties, it seems as though it is some sort of outside force. There is no real connections we can come up with immediately that would lead it to be an inside force, some sort of inside organization. However, we are not 100. We are keeping all parties from outside missions here in Lacrimosa for further notice to deal with whatever this may be. We are sending out the last few scavenging parties now and are requesting they are back before the end of this month. Briar then speaks up. No matter what happens, we will not fail. Lacrimosa has been one of the last bastions of humanity for over a century now, and whatever is trying to bring its downfall will surely meet its end. I swear by the daughter that we will not let this city fall. You can see Amber sort of let out a little bit of a laugh at that statement, the sort of grand promise that Briar has let out. But she recovers quickly and gives a slight cough and says, organization leaders, come to us after the meeting for information on what we would like your teams to be doing during the next month. We have some specific goals for specific talents that we would like to employ. Oh, yeah. And one last thing. We have reason to believe that someone in this room is a traitor. We don't know who yet, but I can guarantee we will find out who. You see Amber's eyes dart around the room like a hawk looking for prey. And when we find you, you'll answer for what you've done. And after having broken her laid back persona for a moment, she leans back in her chair and uh, brings up a few other points. Most of these points are just usual guild upkeep, nothing too terribly important. More information on the last scavenging team, and that plans looking outward currently are postponed until further notice. Until further notice as well. The original plan for this meeting has sort of been overshadowed by the more recent events. As other members of the guild stand and start going about their own way, Candace walks up to Amber and do you walk up with her?
I think I should, yeah.
Candace walks up to Amber and uh, gets sort of a few pieces of paper, a few files that Amber has sitting on the long table, and Amber says, "Oh, Enlil, I'm glad you could make it."
Mm. You did invite me after all.
Yeah, I know this isn't normally your gig, but it seemed important to invite you here.
Mm. This definitely seems like a place for Candace, though I'm not sure for me. I could guard some entrances, but it seems like you have some more than capable people around here for that already.
Well, not too many entrances need guarded when everyone inside is more than capable of holding their own in a fight. It would be like walking into um, walking into a bear's den willingly. It's simply not a good idea. Anyways, here you go, Candace, and hands over the files. And I'm sorry that we couldn't do more, judging on your guys' situation. However, do know that you guys are on very thin ice with pretty much the whole city. So, possibly keeping somewhat low profile this month would be a good idea. Candace gives a knowing smile back, and it's just
Certainly picked up on that much.
yeah, uh, yeah. Well, we'll do what we can, but we're a little in the thick of things. I will keep this I will keep this probation in mind, and hopefully we won't have any more incidents going forward. Amber smiles and waves on the next person behind the two of you to come up and get their orders for the month. the two of you start heading back towards Middle Tower.
You know, I
Hmm?
think I think that might be the reason why I'm so interested in Mr. Sun. Just the topic earlier of business that I can't talk about and business that he couldn't talk about. It's relatable.
Yeah, well, everybody has their secrets, as harmful or harmless as they may be. It's,
I'm just surprised that everyone seems to be at his throat, and yet no one's at mine. It's not like he's not intimidating.
yeah, I think, well, I think everyone's simply scared. And when you get scared, sometimes it's easy to pin
Point
blame on.
fingers.
Yeah, exactly. And with Celestine behind Mr. Sun, and with us now knowing how uh, sketchy they can be, it's understandable that the more paranoid of our group, such as M, would want to point fingers. However, I more than trust Mr. Sun at this point to be on our side of things. I don't think he has much of a choice at this point. And I can place my trust in you as well. You have done nothing but try to protect the members of Middle Tower, and I am more than thankful for that. A lot of people have made it back home because of you.
And I'm grateful for your trust as well. I seem to have such a hard time gaining trust from people.
Well, something that might help is just maybe talking a little bit more. We're only human after all. It's,
I hope you can tell that I'm trying very hard today.
yes, I most certainly can, and you're doing a good job. Just know that, well, at least for the people in Middle Tower, nobody is nobody is trying to hurt you. I can assure you of that.
I'm not so afraid of them hurting me. More that they hurt themselves.
I guess that's true. We've seen a instance of that already. In fact, probably a few. Anywho, we should be getting back before we start the meeting today with everybody. And oh boy, is there a lot to talk about.
Did you consider bringing treats for a long meeting?
I asked Sarah to go pick up something, and, well, more so just hoping that places are open and have adapted on such short notice to the power outage, but uh, here's hoping she comes back with something. Oh, I know I could use a donut right about now.
Mm. Cookies would be nice too.
Yeah, and also to get out of this outfit, as much as I don't mind wearing my mother's hand-me-downs, it isn't uh the most comfortable for me, but
Mm.
we'll see if I have the time before the meeting to change.
Regardless, it looks good on you.
Thank you. I uh I simply runs in the family, I guess. Although I'm not sure if this would quite fit the same on Sarah. And you guys finish making your way back to Middle Tower. Let's. Can you jump down and just see if anybody wants to run something short before
Something
the meeting?
short.
Yeah, like if anybody has
Okay.
a short RP thing they want to run before we start.
All right. I'll see if I can relay that to them.
Okay. Oh. Oh goodness. I'm excited for the rest of the events of today. Part of me wants to play some background music, but I can't really think of something that I have that is fitting, unfortunately. I wonder if we'll get any bites. Huh?
Hello. I don't know
Hello?
if mine, if I don't know if it's one or two that I had, or but I assumed mine was important to do before the group meeting because I had a downtime that I wanted to do with Sarah as well as I needed to get reprimanded. I think you said.
Um,
But I assume that
that's
happened before
true.
the group.
We'll have the conversation with Sarah and sort of mix the two together.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's like either I had like if it needs to be one conversation, I had that kind of thought out. But if it could be two, I knew how I was going to do that as well. But
Mm-hmm. Okay.
just whatever made it easiest.
Yeah. Okay. So we can say this is more than likely. Uh, Actually, we'll say that this is pretty close to like around the meeting.
Okay.
Probably like a
Yeah.
day or two before. It's
Yeah. I would.
taken
Yeah.
some time for Candace to get everything together and for them to actually have a full conversation with you about what is going to happen.
Yeah, yeah, because I live in Middle Tower, so I assume they would have at least told me like we are going to need to talk to you.
Yeah.
I would just have to wait on them to call me up to talk.
Mm-hmm.
All
Um,
right.
and you are down helping Sarah, I believe.
I had an RP with Sarah because I wanted to talk to her about some stuff, and that's why I'm like it could be mixed in
Okay.
with this depending on what needs to be said here.
Okay.
Uh,
I will say uh I will say you are helping Sarah down in the log room when this sort of conversation sparks.
all right.
Just not really as your official downtime activity, simply down there tidying up and uh, helping Sarah out.
Mm.
Uh,
Um,
the more than likely uh, silence in the room, I would assume, would be broken by you since you had something you wanted to say.
um, yeah, I would just kind of be helping through, and I would just kind of turn to Sarah. It's like, Sarah, would I be able to like I know things aren't exactly the best to be asking things right now, but would I be able to talk to you about some stuff?
What is it, Em?
Um, so as you've definitely seen, and this is something I also wanted, I'm going to apologize to everyone, but I especially am sorry for the actions I've done these past few months. But I'm, if I'm going to be fully honest, part of the reason I came to Middle Tower was to use it similar to like a resource to gain information about some things I've been worried about. And I wanted to bring up some of those concerns that I've had in a more organized way, because these last few months, on top of the monsters we've been dealing with, I have gotten visions of a different monster, or what I presume to be one. And and I was going to ask if you know what it was, because something that when I dealt with Cairo, I was able to kind of clear his head of whatever was making him act out. And I fear that whatever monster I'm seeing might be using me for a similar purpose.
Hmm. It is concerning, to say the least. Um. Uh. Yeah. Let's talk about it. I figure this will at least shed some light on what you've been doing.
Yeah.
And
So
she motions over to uh, her desk that's sitting in the back of the log room, and it has a chair on the other side of it, and on both sides of it. And she sits down at her chair and motions for you to take a seat.
yeah, sit down and just kind of start of. So my whole life, I've kind of assumed there was something, because I have no idea where my power comes from. But last month, on the way towards the groundskeeper, I attempted to kind of do what I've done before and find where it was going to attack next. And something was different. I couldn't get a picture of where it was, but instead, something kind of darkened my mind, and I was greeted by this humanoid figure made entirely of flame that was kind of chained down. Um, he, or at least assume it was a he, because it had a somewhat masculine voice, informed me that they would take care of things. And later that day, I was getting. Let me ask you this: are will-o-wisps like a commonly known thing, or would that not? Is that not something that's like known to people?
Uh, would what be?
Like a will-o-wisp, like the little like things from folklore. They're like little fire spirits that like guide people to like things.
Mm, things like it might exist. So
Okay.
Sarah,
Yeah.
who studies
Yeah.
monsters, would probably have an inkling of what you're talking about.
Yeah. But yeah, it's essentially I saw like a trail of this purple fire, somewhat akin to maybe like a will-o-wisp type thing that led me instead, which concerned me because I normally get a vision of where something will happen rather than a physical trail.
Hmm.
Nothing else really happened that hunt related to it, but then when I went to, after clearing Cairo's mind enough to get a vision of something at the top of the tower that was the cause of his issues. When the sphere that the daughter of water was in began breaking and the mana was going everywhere, that same darkness filled my mind, and one of the chains on the fire creature that I saw broke. And then when I awoke again, there was a sort of tendril of fire fighting the tendril of water from the daughter. So I fear that whatever this creature is, it's getting more control of me.
Hmm. There have been. There is something that I've been looking into recently, and I'm not sure how much help it will be, but let me get some of my notes. And she gets up and grabs a uh, journal that is stowed away on one of the shelves, and starts flipping through it, and gets to a certain page and like moves it over towards you so you can see it. And I just realized that you have been on the wrong thing this whole time. Hold on.
Oh,
I need to change your reactive image.
oh no, oh no.
um,
It's fine. I think the correcting people thing works for M.
it does. It's still fitting.
Yeah.
However, here we go. There we go. These I've I've been looking through rumors as of late about beings that the daughters either used to or currently controlled or created and controlled. They created them with certain tasks, differently from, like, say, creating a spider to take care of insects in the ecosystem. Uh, Different from that. It was more protect this, kill that, as they were sort of. They lived short lives and did their tasks and then either were dismantled or defected from their respective daughter. I've seen them called a few things, guardians, soul workers, but the most prominent that I've seen is sentinels. They can take many, many more shapes than we could imagine. The main thing that had me start looking into these was Cairo, because he is certainly not your average everyday dog and seems to have some sort of attachment to the daughter of water. So my initial thought was that he may perhaps be one. But I digress. It is entirely possible that your whatever is ailing you could be related to one of these.
If that is the case, how would it have attached itself to me like this? Because Cairo, if assuming Cairo is one as well, Steel didn't seem to be brought down by Cairo. Cairo seemed to increase Steel's abilities, if anything.
You said they had chains sort of inside your mind in that void.
Yeah, it appeared like it was chained down somewhere. And in the when it confronted the Daughter of Water, it broke out. I'm trying to remember if it said anything. I believe it might have said something like, I'm not sure, like, it doesn't, like, I don't know what I'm up against, essentially. So it sounded like it might know of what the daughter's power was.
Yeah, that's fairly well, that's partially damning evidence. Um, it's possible that at a young age. Sorry if this is too intimate of a question, but do you know much about your, uh, well, birth, about how you were raised? I know now that you are an orphan, so.
I'm sorry, what?
Or, I mean, live out on the streets? Do you.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, I thought you meant. I mean, I don't talk about it too often, but when I was younger, like I would inform my parents about like the visions I would be having or like the fears I was having about things, and they did not respond in kind about anything. Kind of treated me poorly, but I don't really recall anything specific around my birth. It was just growing up. They seemed to not believe about the things I was dealing with.
And because of this, they sort of abandoned you?
I kind of abandoned them.
Okay.
I had heard that I had essentially not been feeling welcome in my own home at that point, being you know sent to my room when they had company over because I was making weird claims and they didn't want to be associated with that. So 5 or 6 years ago, I just left, and I have, for the most part, tried to avoid going back to Fairy Hook. Uh, the hunts haven't that I've been on haven't really centered around there, but I have ended up in there a few times, just passing through. But
That makes sense. I'm sorry to ask so many questions, but my
no, I mean it's fair because I've I've not I've as someone who is a researcher essentially, I have been looking into other people's stuff, but have not said anything about myself. So I feel like it's entirely fair for these to be asked.
yeah, my main concern is that there is a possibility that when you were young, you were used to seal this force in you. That is simply a working theorem with what you've given me so far, but the chains and this creature sort of, for lack of better words, possessing you and trying to break free, I feel as though they are sealed in you for some reason.
That also begs the question of assuming Cairo is one as well. Why is Cairo's why is Cairo like a nice one, but this one seems to be have more malicious or hidden reasons behind their actions?
Well, like I said, sentinels take many shapes and are they seem to take many shapes. I've even started to suspect that the the groundskeeper could have been one at one point, but they um, if you live your life with a single goal and then complete that goal and refuse to, I guess, allow the daughter to dismantle you because you want your independence, I can see why some have turned to doing less than perfect things.
Um, with that does make sense. And with that known though, if there was a way to unseal it from me, would that be a bad thing to do? And do you think that would have any adverse effects on me?
Um, well, my assumption would be that undoing that seal is going to either let it. I can. I can assume two options carry out. The first is that it is released from your body completely, and it is now out in the wild, and for whatever reason it was sealed, it is probably going to um, be acting out on that reason, which I don't know about you, but most things are not sealed for good reasons.
Hmm. I can I assume I assume letting it go will like free would not be a good idea, but perhaps with the mages or mana users we have in this place, there may be a way to control the seal if we were to break it. Hopefully.
Maybe. The
Um,
other option, and this is the one that scares me, um, as I've gotten to work with you quite a bit, is that the seal breaks and whatever creature it is will control you, will gain sort of full control. It seems like their power is starting to slip out little by little as you start to see more, but that is also a possibility. Of course, there are other possibilities, I'm sure, but again,
Hmm.
those are my two immediate initial thoughts.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense, and I figured you'd have some knowledge of what this thing could be because in all my years of researching what this might have been, my assumption had always been that it was like a spirit or something, and that's why like when Kairos stuff was happening, I was like, oh, this might be something I can do, and then even after the daughter was freed, uh, nothing changed. But
Yeah.
um, on that whole idea, though, um, if I were to, but if I were to get rid of it, if that were to happen in a safe way, do you think I would still be fine though? Like it's not like it's tied to my life force, correct?
I mean, without
Most
studying
likely.
it, yes, without studying it more, there's no real way to be sure of that.
I mean, I can say that I know like when I'm in stressful situations, it tends to come out a bit more. So I think I held it back for so long because I wasn't going out and actively confronting monsters. I was just kind of researching, and occasionally stressors would come out.
Yeah, there's
That's also,
been there's been reports of a few times during hunts of you having these panic attacks. I'm assuming
yes,
that's associated.
yeah. I occasionally will just have bouts of that. That was also a working theory I had that whatever this is in my mind is kind of taking whatever emotion I feel and enhancing it. Like while others feel like nervous, I feel paranoid. Or when others get curious, I get obsessed. Things like that. And I assume that it was kind of drawing on that.
Hmm.
Um,
I could look into it more now that I
mhm.
have a little bit more information on it, and I could see what I can get you.
And that was also something like I don't know if all of these fears I have are stem from whatever is giving me my powers, but as I stated, I feel like because for those years that I was dealing with it without confronting monsters directly, I was fine. I kind of envy what you have been able to do, where you can still be involved with the monster hunt, but not directly be confronting it. Like you're a researcher, essentially. If I can get rid of whatever this is, I think that might be something I might try to focus on a bit more of still going on and helping, but kind of relying more on like knowledge rather than actual combat.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Um,
And of course, if you ever want any help, you know where to find me.
yeah, I mean, I've spent a few months helping down here. It's yeah. And again, as I know, none of this makes up for the actions that I've done in these past few months, but I at least hope that some of this might give some answers on. I do not expect any of this to lighten like any backlash I will get from this because as I've revealed other people's information, but I waited this long to reveal my own. Maybe this could have been avoided if I would have talked earlier. But
Yeah. Um, I will say, me and Candace have decided on your repercussions,
okay.
and I talked her down from some things because she was much more upset about this than I was. Understandably, I tried to keep a bit more level ahead, knowing that there's probably something else involved, and I'm glad to hear that there is. But uh, the first of those of two things is that you will currently be on a uh, probational period where if anything out of line happens, um, we will have to remove you from this organization.
Completely understand that.
The other is you can no longer live in Middle Tower.
Uh,
It
all right.
is seen as a danger. You will have time to move, of course, but uh, I agree with Candace on this one. And if you are a walking time bomb, we cannot afford to have you living here for the safety of the other hunters living here and ourselves.
No, I understand. Um,
If there are other hunters that, of course, may be willing to house you. The last thing I want is for you to be on the streets, but
I
you are
mean,
going to have to find some arrangements.
yeah, I mean, I made do on the streets for a few years, so if that's where I end up, it's not the worst. And like, I understand. I will see what options I can find. Um,
Okay. Anywho's it's I will look more into your situation as I can and see if we can get anything figured out, because it's possible that it ties into the bigger picture.
and do you think it's worth telling? Because my thought was at the group meeting, I will apologize for some of my actions because they all deserve to hear that. But do you think I should bring up what this might be with them, or
I think it would be fair to your fellow hunters,
okay.
but it is ultimately up to you. A lot of people here have their own secrets to keep, for better or worse, but
Mm,
most of it is for their own safety, as we've
I
seen
have
thus
realized
far. Yes. Just know that, and she sort of puts her hands out on the table, like towards you. Just know that nobody here at Middle Tower is trying to hurt you. We
I'm
are.
I'm starting to understand that. It's just kind of hard sometimes, as I said, when I get nervous, my mind just jumps to paranoia.
Yeah. Yes, I am sure. Just listen. You've done a lot of talking, but um, listen to the other hunters and simply learn when to speak is the best that I could say. Just
Mm,
know that none of us are here to hurt you, and we want to try to get through this together, whatever this may be. And she sort of leans back in her chair and motions at all of the monster files that sort of line the walls in the log room.
Yeah, I definitely will remember that. I will try to keep my mouth shut when I need to. And I kind of raise my left arm, like, and I have this as a reminder of what happens when I don't shut my mouth in time.
Well, she
Thank you,
looks
sir.
over at the clock and realizes that it is getting close to the meeting time. We should uh, get things ready and uh, head out.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, thank you for both giving me some insight, talking Candace down a little bit, and just being here as someone I feel like I can trust.
Uh, yes, of course. And
Yeah.
with that, we will transfer over to the big group session.
Do I have any negative? Do I have any negatives because of the hand loss, like rolls or anything? Or just
Um, I will say
like
that.
I assume it won't affect this like RP session at all, but like
Yeah, I will
just
say moving forward, more than likely a -1 to tough.
okay. That works. Like
Yeah.
like actual stat -1 or just a -1 like ongoing.
Like a -1 ongoing would be
Okay.
the best way to put it to like
Okay.
any sort of tough roll. So.
Cool. Let me just put that in my notes so I remember.
I'm trying to see who we're missing here. It looks like the only person we're really missing is. I'm not seeing a Derek.
Yeah, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Not
Yeah, it looks like
yet.
just Derek.
Yeah, I'm not yet seeing a little Willy. So we will jump into the waiting realm and we will uh, discuss and wait a few minutes because he said he would be around this time.
It's
Yeah,
a
you can
stash of
assist.
money
okay.
specifically.
Hello.
What else will you buy
It's
flashlights?
time.
Or Analytes.
Are we here?
Meeting time.
It's almost time. Very close to time.
Oh.
We're gonna wait a few minutes to see if little Willy crops up.
Small
What
William.
is
Oh, no.
time? by the way?
Yes. Lacrimosa and the Miscellia emotes.
Yeah, I'm also fixing those right now. But
I
Also
like
doing
how
the
much
emote shuffle.
I like how much bigger the emotes feel compared to the Lacrimosa portraits.
It's true.
my favorite was for like the first half of that that MRP. There was there's the Miscellia emote instead. And then
Yeah,
I
I was in the
realized
middle of-
halfway through and I was like, oh shit, I gotta change this.
But it's
I was
but
in the
it's
middle
also
of telling you
Gang's
when
all
when
here.
you changed it.
yeah, but it's also fitting because like
Did
we
you
actually
change the portrait?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I have downloaded the new one. I am going to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm currently
Yeah.
changing all of the portraits.
Yeah.
the Miscellia, but actually one that like is for me fits very well for M though.
I don't know if
I
Emma
will
is that smug.
not
I
that
don't feel like
smug,
I
but
would
like
do that
the I will correct you.
What? Did I
I
hear
am
my name?
Bruh.
No.
Actually,
I don't think so.
Is
Celia
your name
DM
actually?
portrait scared me a little bit.
What?
Is it supposed to scare me?
Yes.
I think I heard somebody
Which
say
one?
M will.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh,
That'll do it.
Which portrait is supposed to scare you? I said Miscellia DM portrait scared
Yeah.
me a little bit.
Yes.
As it should.
Yeah.
the gang
Noah's
is
was
almost
already
all
set.
here.
almost
all here.
everyone.
That sure is a lot of icons.
It really.
Also,
Sure do be.
Yep. also, I remembered because God, I remember when Kyrie came down here and was like, "Yeah, Miss wants to know if anybody else has any like small RP things," and I'm like, I didn't realize until after Dragon left. I'm like, wait, I do.
It's okay. The
I mean,
the
well-
one with M was pretty important to get done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I needed to know what reprimand I was getting.
Yeah, as with the one with Enlil was quite important, which was the
Yeah.
reason why we opened on it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yours is already set. Amy's is not set. Have to do that.
Can't wait until to see what happens with the luck spent with Ash.
I mean,
Devin,
No.
should we be leveling up this session or on our next actual session?
You should be making sure to level up as soon as possible.
Cool.
I took Asphalt Jungle as my last level.
Nice.
Once
Two of
again,
my
proving
level
that
up
Mr. Sun and Ash are just the same person in two different bodies.
Two of my level up
He's,
options are
She's
unusable.
his daughter from his time in Lacrimosa EU or university.
I guess. How the fuck did she end up in Heliosphere?
Oh,
You know.
You know how in there's that one story, there's the one Bible story about how they put the baby in the river and sent him away.
Oh
to
my
keep him
god, you
safe.
mean fucking
Moses?
Moses?
Yeah.
Okay, but instead of
Can't
Ash,
we-
it was
Ash
Did you
is
just
Moses?
saying Ash is Moses?
The real answer is storks can fly pretty far.
Well,
Oh
here's,
my
I
dear
just,
sweet
I just
lord.
spit on my screen.
here's the other thing though too is that Ash can control the elements, so she can part the Red Sea.
Oh my god!
She is
There it
Moses.
is.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you didn't do it by the end of the session, that's gonna be cross.
Where is?
All right, I've leveled up.
I'm so glad Ash is a
me
Beyblade
broke her
master.
microphone.
True, Moses was the original Beyblader.
I'm sorry to anybody who gets that
Oh my
reference.
god,
I-
Moses was
Yeah.
Drago main.
Most
I
people
remember that
online.
reference.
I'm
Good.
happy to get that reference. There's a reason. There's
I
a
love
reason
that.
why one of my tags in
Oh, that's
Sleuths
right.
is Beyblade.
Luke's Moses.
I remember.
Oh
Moses
man,
was
that's so
Nagaryuki
good.
main.
True.
I'm sorry I keep waking you, Apple. No, go back into your little whatever that is.
Baby.
I'll
Fort.
part these waves like I part those legs.
True.
Oh my god.
So
I'm
true.
using that.
That's me. That's why
Uh,
I'm
that's-
Sleuths Moses.
We literally do have that clip forever preserved.
It's true.
Oh. I think I just. Oh no, I just got the. Okay. I just got the Beyblade thing.
Oh,
Alright.
I just
Yeah.
remembered that was a thing in Beyblade.
Yep.
Yeah, it's my
God,
favorite piece of
was.
Beyblade lore.
I fucking hate that.
There's
I
no
love
other
that.
Beyblade lore.
None of the
Not
none of the other
true.
ones matter.
I hate that it's
can
canon
still
that Moses parted the Red Sea with a Beyblade.
Hmm
Even without your white tiger.
alright. Do you think Noah's Ark was a giant Beyblade?
The Ancient Egyptians by Yu-Gi-Oh!
No one.
A giant Beyblade that just.
No.
spun
Oh my
across
god,
the
the
top of
ancient
the water.
Egyptians.
Yeah.
I
The
think
ancient Egyptians.
I think
did
Noah's
play
Ark-
Yu-Gi-Oh!
no. It was the giant like bowl stadium that you do the Beyblades in. So they were doing the animals were playing Beyblade on the
Oh my
ship.
God.
Well, did
Does
you
that
know
mean-
that
not?
Noah actually, instead of preserving the animals, preserved all the Magic the Gathering cards?
Oh God.
I wish
Does
you
that
didn't.
mean
I've
that the
collected all of the
Beyblade
Black
people
Lotuses.
ran away from the
That's what
people who
oh
played
wait,
Yu-Gi-Oh?
actually, my dad has collected almost all of the Black Lotuses.
That's not.
Um,
Oh,
That's
yeah.
not.
that's not
false.
probable.
That's not
Probably-
That's false.
A
Unless-
Lotus coloring.
Almost.
Even
Unless
When you
Yeah.
say all
Father
of them,
is
do
a-
you mean a playset or all of them in print?
I meant
The kinds of.
Are you sure you know what a Black Lotus is?
no. No, all I do know that my dad has a bunch of
There are
cards.
a bunch of different Lotus cards, but a Black Lotus is one of the earlier ones and
Yep.
sells for a shitload of money.
Yes, my dad has
I am
few of them.
robbing your home.
Yeah.
I'm on my way
There's-
right now.
My
Your
dad
father
has-
can single-handedly
There's-
pay
Let
for
me
every
double
My
single
dad
Those
has-
person.
Black Lotuses will pay for your college tuition. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
My
Shopping.
dad knows that too because he when Magic the Gathering was first coming out, he was a big player of Magic the Gathering and was a
Mhm.
collector. And he has a lot of really old, really rare cards.
Yeah,
I
Matt.
was asking him about the Lotus cards, and he's like, "Yeah, no, I have a few Black Lotus cards."
Black Lotuses are going for $42,000 a piece.
That's so much more than last time I checked.
My brother,
42.
Oh my god!
a
One
1998
sold in
Charizard.
January for $500,000, dude. Like,
Mhm.
there's no shot your dad has just multiple just lying around. They sell for $500,000.
I mean, I'm sure they're not
Actually, the
lying
thing is,
around.
like, they've been. No, the thing is, they're in the garage and they've been in there for well over 25 years.
Well,
That
yeah, so
tracks.
they ain't PSA 10s, but that's still gonna be so much fucking money.
Okay, so
The thing
if
is,
anything,
they're encased in
This
stuff.
conversation has
yeah.
so much my dad works at Nintendo energy.
I really wish it didn't.
I believe
Whatever
it.
he said
by.
Never mind. My dad works for Magic the Gathering.
I
My dad
understand,
works
I
for
had a
Wizards of the
question for
Coast.
you.
but Pixar didn't happen.
What was that, hun?
I had a question that I asked you in DMs, and I was hoping I could get it answered before the meeting started, discreetly if possible, while everyone else is talking.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I also remember telling my dad that, like, yeah, I heard that the Black Lotus cards are like super rare, and he's just like, I'm never letting this going into. This is not like none of these are going to be inherited by you because you will sell them, and I refuse.
I mean, yeah.
That makes sense. It's a point of pride.
And I'm just like, you should sell them. You don't even play Magic the Gathering. And he's like, no, I spent decades on this. I'm like,
I understand
You
that.
can hold
It,
the
uh,
other card.
It legitimately took me taking all of my decks apart and putting them in a box and then giving them to somebody else for me to like drop the habit.
That is how you quit Magic.
It
is to
was
just get rid of
such
all
a
the cards.
It was so debilitating. It's so expensive a hobby.
I just
Yeah.
play
trading
Arena
card
now,
games go
and it's
crazy.
significantly cheaper.
Yeah.
And I am not a
Imagine.
good person for that sort of thing because I will just be like, what is a $500 deck?
Yeah, I just dump all my money into gachas instead.
What is a $500 deck that only will last like 2 seasons before some of these cards are no longer legal?
Man,
well, legal and in standard are two different things.
True. Well,
'Cause
yeah.
you could just play historic. You could
Yeah,
just
but
play.
nobody plays Legacy.
Also, the problem
Most
with
people
playing
play Legacy.
historic is that's where the aged more meta breaking cards are stored because
Exactly.
that's like you don't want to be there. That's
Yeah, see, the problem is you play Legacy until you play Legacy with people who don't spend as much money, and then you like destroy them round 3 with like a Pauper deck or something, like a Legacy Pauper deck. And then they're like, "Oh, right, my deck is fun and based off of like elves or something, and yours is just like dumb." And
you have a literal magic god deck. Your deck is just full of the gods.
I have a friend who like legitimately needs to spend 10 minutes on their own turn because it's just like cycling out cards and shit like that. It's so obnoxious.
I know what you mean.
Fucking Legacy decks.
There was a deck that was in meta like 2 years ago, and basically it had a card where if you basically ran out of cards in your deck, you automatically win.
Yeah. That's what is that called? That's called.
I ran that deck.
Mill.
You're no.
Yeah, it's a mill deck. It's a mill deck. Yeah.
It's a self-mill
it's
deck.
a type of it's a type of mill. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
But I think it's a blue card.
Yeah,
it is.
That card is no longer allowed.
I believe it.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Getting the millstone running and then untapping your own artifacts with like stasis
is...
combos.
Oh shit. Laboratory Maniac. 1 blue, 2 colorless. If you would draw a card in your library when there are no cards, you win the game.
That sounds like maybe one of them, but I think the one I'm thinking of is called Tranquility.
That's the one I was. I think that's the one I was thinking of. The one where if you draw a card when there are no cards in your deck, you automatically win.
Laboratory Maniac was the one that was very popular.
Magic the Gathering.
I don't know. I don't know a lot about Magic the Gathering. My friend just wanted me to start playing it, so they had someone to play against
Lacrimosa
when
the
they were.
Gathering.
Oh yeah.
Well, if they're
That
playing
works.
Laboratory Maniac, I
Mana
see
the
why they had
Gathering.
no one to play against.
Yeah.
Man.
So true.
There's a combo that literally is you play Laboratory Maniac and then you infinite combo to draw cards.
Man.
And you just draw your entire deck and win the game.
Yeah.
Wait.
And then you also have Omniscience on the board so that you can play any card from your deck without paying its mana
Bro,
cost.
I remember when somebody used their first, like an infinite on me for my first time, and they just started putting out wyverns without telling me this was gonna last forever. And by the 20th wyvern, I was like, "Wait a minute, you just win."
On the 20th?
It took you
Yeah,
that
It
long?
took. Well,
Usually people
I
just
was playing a pretty
tap and
creature-heavy
say, and I
deck.
go infinite.
Yeah, yeah. Usually people are cool about it, but
You were being bullied.
I was a child getting bullied. Let's be real.
This is the only way they could bully someone back.
And thinking about Legacy, one of my friends, like the reason I know about like the cards that are like gods in that universe is because one of my friends had one of those decks that my other friend hated playing against, and I just like they just gave me like their spare cards like, hey, build a deck with this, and I got that and some like shit from Walgreens, and then I beat their deck, but like some ragdoll bullshit, and that's the only good Magic experience I've ever had.
Good. They deserved it too. Damn Legacy decks. Shakes fist.
Okay.
I just
Old
hit
man yells at
Platinum 3
Cloud.
in Magic the Gathering Arena.
I think we will simply start.
Rest in
Because I
peace,
am
little
not-
Willy.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a little Willy crop up anywhere, which means
Goodbye,
he
small Willy.
probably didn't put it in his calendar.
Sad.
That's fine. It do be like that sometimes.
Did he hit the funny the button?
The reaction.
Yeah.
No,
He didn't hit the reaction.
He did
Lapis
for
didn't
the
hit
original message.
Yeah.
Like if he was free on the 10th, but he didn't hit it for the confirmed sessions one. Although
I
to be
see.
fair, 4 people also didn't.
Yeah, I, mean, I didn't
Although-
know I didn't know if we were supposed to hit and on the confirmed. I just did because other people did.
I just
Yeah.
do it because that's how I acknowledge messages and
Yeah,
like
that's
Slack and
Announcements
stuff is just I will react and to say I saw it.
He,
Someone just
he didn't
reacted
react
to
to
it.
the
It was
one
like,
for group
we're
session
in
on the
the
10th
session.
either.
I thought I
Beats
did,
the
but I
programmer.
just
He
I
said,
guess I
yeah,
didn't.
free or on 7, but he didn't react to it.
Yeah, I'm an engineer. I use Slack.
I mean, I'm
I'm an artist. I use Slack.
a comp sci student. I also use Slack.
That's no, that makes sense.
I used
The
it- I
joke
used
is
it
landing.
once.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I love work Discord.
Yeah.
But shittier.
True.
Yep.
And I mean, on the plus
Googling
side, you
Slack.
don't have to see who your like coworkers' waifus are as their profile pictures. So really,
True.
really dodging a bullet there, to be honest.
Googling Slack to make sure it's not a mind goblin before I participate in the conversation.
God.
Bold of you to say that. I definitely use some pretty whack ass profile pictures for my comp sci slacks. I would always just
Yeah.
choose like for the longest time I just had this sideways picture of this goose that had like top text, bottom text, and I can't even remember what it said, but it was just like a goose pun. That was it for most of my university career.
I had various pictures of silly dogs.
Have we used
That's
the
a
lost
safe
in the
one.
sauce picture yet?
God bless. Okay.
Last
So,
we left our.
do we have everybody here? Red, I see that you are muted. Are you actually here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was just making sure. We gather around today in
I'm here today.
Middle Tower. Do not interrupt me. I will fight you.
Shit.
um we gather post events of month 4, which were many and important. All but Little Willie are here in the middle tower lobby as the group gathers up to set up for the 5th month, as well as discuss the events previous. It takes a little bit of time, but Candace and Enlil are the last to show up as they walk through the door, and Candace is in her full battle regalia, which is... let me get the right thing out. A steel engraved cuirass with what looks to be a sword grip at her left hip, but it has no blade. The pommel of the sword has a large sapphire engraved into it, with a gold guard. Dangling around her neck is a teardrop-shaped sapphire pendant. Enlil is also in her full uniform, as they just came from the guild council meeting.
I say it's hard to catch me not in my knight uniform.
Also true.
It's happened.
Seeing that everybody has already gathered up, Candace realizes that she doesn't really have the time to change fully, and simply runs upstairs, takes off the armor plating, and comes back down. Okay. So, shall we get started with this month? I guess.
I don't know.
Important topics first. We will touch more on it, but M is now currently on probation. If they do anything that is not to code, so to speak, they will be fired immediately, and I want everybody to be aware of this and report back if such things happen. We will...
We're talking about the same M, right?
Yes, we are talking about the same M.
I can also kind of reveal a bit more about that as I talk with Sarah about some stuff. If I am allowed to, Candace.
We will talk a little bit more about that shortly.
Right, understood.
As you are all aware, the city is in a blackout at this point. We are actively working to figure out what we can do about this and figure out how to get the Hall of Water back up and running. If you look at our ledgers now, and she points to the whiteboard and shows the upkeep for the month. Damages have been detrimental. We spoke with the guild, and we are covering most of the damages from the Hall of Water, and on that front are even getting let-offs lightly with the situation that unfolded. We are also as a organization on a sort of probational period, and if anything like this happens again, we will be dismantled. Do I make myself completely clear? And Candace looks over at Wallace, M, and Z respectfully.
Understood.
Yes.
Yes.
On that note, I think that is all of the major topics for the month that I thought I'd let you guys know. I guess we will get to the usual. I should also state that this month we will not have the chance for an investigation due to us needing to help out the guild in preparations for next month. We don't know what will be coming, but we can, of course, discuss theories and see if we can come up with anything to relay back to the guild on that matter. First things first, let's do sign-ups and for both hunts and downtime activities. And she leaves the piece of chalk next to the board and goes and sits down in a chair nearby.
By the way, miss, should I roll for the mana crystals that I got?
Yes, at this point, it is also a good time for anybody who had, like, downtime stuff that still got to do their downtime stuff to roll for it. So.
How much is the mana crystals again? Fuck!
Pretty sure I had to defend the walls.
Which will hopefully help a lot.
Yeah, it looks like Noah and Lil and Ash have roles for this month.
Okay. I'll do them at your leisure.
1d6 plus 2.
Give me that roll. Show me what you got. 7. Let's go. High roller.
Let's go.
How many were used between the 3 hunts and maybe investigation?
4?
Yeah, I think about 4. So.
All right. So yeah, we made almost doubled that. So that's good.
That put you guys back to more than you had to start out with. So you
Thank you, Ash.
In that one action, you made up for it.
I'm a money maker. Let's go.
That is.
Where's the
2d6
mana
plus 5?
Wait, isn't it 2d6 times 5?
Yeah, I believe it's 2d6 times 5.
Where's the?
So 8 times
That'll be 40.
40.
Okay, so.
Last tab.
A 7. So 11.
Yeah, I was already. I'm already editing it. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to flip back over to.
Oh, is questioning because I was looking at the Mission Tower stats thing. Middle Tower stats. Did the blackout interfere with the shark blood research?
Oh no, it did not. I will get to that shortly.
Okay.
I have a feeling you guys may like this one.
Yeah. Oh, there's also Sensory Mimic. That's a cool name.
So,
I'm
when I'm rolling my 5d6, I only see a plus button and not a multiply button.
Just roll the 5d6 and we can do the math ourselves.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
5d6
times 10.
Times 10. Cool.
That's 350.
Wait.
No,
Yeah.
no, you put plus 10 in there.
Yeah. So it would be 250.
250.
Okay.
So
still high. Yeah, still high roll though. Like,
that's the same amount that Ash made the last time.
Rolled so
And
well.
Lilith
Holy
and
shit.
Ash just out here making
All I'm
bank.
saying is,
290.
all I'm saying is, don't play Enlil in a game of dice.
So I started my last hunt with 1 harm. Do I start this next month's hunt with 1 harm?
If,
No.
How much
if you
harm
do
did
the
you
same
have total at
downtime
the
of
end?
defense.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
if you do the
unless
same
you were
thing.
unless you were doing that same. Oh wait, last month you started with the 1 harm.
1 hunt, the 1 harm from being 6 harm previously,
Yeah.
and another harm from defending the docks.
Okay, so you started 2 harm down this last hunt.
Yeah, and that was why I want to take the resilience so I could heal faster.
Okay. Yeah. Then yeah, you don't take unless you're doing that downtime activity again. You're not going to be taking that for this next month. So.
Yeah, I'm looking to change this time.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I gotta raise all my harm.
Perfect. So I will now do the. I'll update this. That puts us at 360 monies as of month 5.
Yeah.
Oh, I just saw how big the damages were. Oof.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm so glad that we had a bunch of extra cash.
That was 700 for the second hunt, and 50 split between the other 2 hunts. Not completely evenly, but
That makes sense. Yeah.
It was more leaning towards the several broken windows in the third hunt as far as that last 50 went.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was also
maybe
a barn that burned down in the first hunt.
Okay, that was an abandoned barn for one thing.
Okay, but
And the monsters
still-
destroyed it first.
yeah. Also, is the tractor okay?
Tractor's fine.
Okay.
We returned it.
Tractor's mostly okay.
Yeah,
We returned it.
No, I think it's entirely fair of the second hunt being responsible for this month.
Yeah. Other than that,
I just realized.
I think that make sure everybody sort of goes through their downtime activity stuff and.
I need to pull up the sheet.
Wait, question.
Yes. What's up?
This is about the thing that I was messaging you about earlier. Does Ash need to spend this month's downtime fixing her or getting new gloves, or fixing her gloves?
Yes.
And if so, what would that be?
That would more than likely be a
help Ellie adjust equipment. I believe is what the downtime for that.
Yeah. It depends. There's 2 different ways that you could do it. It's either that or you could do it as a favor from like one of the NPCs at the university. More than likely Dr. Stein.
So... Yeah, Dr. Stein, I had a build relations a couple months ago, so I could cash in that favor.
Yeah, so it is up to you how you want to go about that.
Is anything...
Oh.
What's up?
Well, I was going to say, is any of the stuff I talked about in my RP today, does that mean I have another downtime that I have to do, or can I kind of choose? Or do I have, is next month's a downtime there again?
That is up to you if you want to do another time. That was last month's downtime that you just did.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, do I have, like, from what it sounded like with Sarah, she would, like, is she going to update me, or do I actually have to go and check in with her, is kind of what I meant.
Probably going in and checking in with her would get you better results, but you could just wait if you wanted to.
So does the compile information that Z did this month, does that affect next month's hunts then?
What do you mean?
Compile information is for that month.
It's for that month.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody used that.
It's a +1 hold to
Yeah,
investigate.
it's a retroactive +1. I know Hunt 2 didn't use it because we didn't really investigate.
There wasn't a lot of investigation
I
happening.
I did all the investigations and I rolled pretty damn well.
Yeah, there was not really bad rolls until the end.
I'm pretty sure Hunt 3 used the +1 that they got. But yeah, that is a +1 for like everybody's investigation rolls that month. So no,
Is
that would
there an
not affect us next
opportunity-
month.
If
Is
you
there
did
an
it again, it would
opportunity
affect next
for additional project this next month, or no?
I mean, there are. We will talk projects very shortly, but there are 2 projects on the board. So yes, there is an opportunity. If you guys end up taking both of them.
Yeah. Also, just quick reclarification. So I could either help Ellie with equipment and stuff, or cash in a favor.
Not cash in a favor, but go spend time with Dr. Stein again. That is what I was saying. Yes.
Okay. Well.
Miss,
Yeah. What's up?
can you check your DMs?
Yes, I can.
Training?
Yes, we will do the blog post post group meeting, I think.
It was more
actually,
so about
the
second thing.
Okay.
But yes, I figured that one would be later.
Yeah.
I also like
would
the
say
idea
so.
that Choice I mean just joined, heard that we just destroyed like a building that cost us 700 supply, and just like, yeah, I'm still gonna work for these people.
Yeah. By the way, are we gonna introduce Choice Main?
That's not his problem. He didn't do it. He doesn't
One thing
care.
at a time.
He doesn't even live here. It's like there's no big deal. He came here for the meeting. He's fine.
Yeah, no, I just like there's like one of the first things you hear is like, yeah, we destroyed the hall.
It's a rowdy bunch of people.
Okay. Next things next, if that is all solved. And of course, make sure to message ASAP with people about when you are good to meet for sessions, because I have most of the rest of this month planned out, minus like the last week. I'm not really sure if I have any like Halloween plans or anything like that, but I'd rather not schedule over that time anyways. So of course keep around Halloween time open, but anything other than that I should be good. That is cleared on my schedule. So
Who else did I need to have a hunt with? Little Willie. Damn it.
Yeah, Lil Willie is one you needed, and
Lil.
And Lil is one you needed.
Darkly, you have access to the sheets, right?
Yeah, they're pinned. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Question is, should I hang out with Ellie or should I hang out with Dr. Stein?
I mean, you did spend a lot.
Hunt 1.
Yeah, I was gonna
might
say
as
let's
well.
count 1 minus 1 person.
Let's go. I mean, as good as we're gonna get.
Oh, true.
Unfortunately.
Let me have 4 months in a row with a hunt with Z. Here we go.
Bro, really? Why do you guys keep pairing up? Like
2, 3, 4, and 5 now.
Man.
So they can cause more property damage.
Well, it's also the thing about I want to have another hunt with I want to have another hunt with Noah, and I haven't had a hunt with James yet. So I'm like, oh.
I'm sure James will keep the property damage under wraps.
Yeah, I trust that.
Also, I'm glad you guys insta signed up. Now Lil Willie can't tag along with me because I've had like 4 hunts with him.
No.
Nothing against Lil Willie. I do enjoy hunting, but it's like I want to like get everybody in the mix at least once.
So, everyone thought Ash would be the problem child.
You are
you still are the
That's still
problem
there.
child.
There's just 2 of you.
Weren't you talking? Weren't you talking about like doing intentionally doing property damage last month? Like, wasn't that in your plans?
I was gonna graffiti.
That's property
Just-
That is
damage.
property
Okay.
damage.
Wow.
Also, I would argue at this
That
point,
wasn't like a.
M is the problem child.
Yeah.
This is a tough
But I
call.
didn't like jeopardize the whole middle tower thing and put everybody's lives in danger.
Look, I'll
Yes.
just throw out there
If
that
you
there's not just one problem child. Like it's not
Yeah,
like a
but-
competition to be the most problem. Like you're all problem children.
Yeah,
and you should stop.
It is definitely James and Mr. Sun looking down from their pedestal of not doing property damage.
Oh,
Yes.
please.
Also bullshit. Your grenade launcher early on was so
When
hard.
when has Mr. Sun ever blown up and caused
when has
property
Mr.
damage?
Sun ever used grenades
What do
for
you mean?
property damage ever?
You cratered a park, sir.
In a park.
Yeah.
You went back with a shovel. I even said as
Hey,
much.
hey, gather.
Yeah.
Chill.
Okay.
Vibe. Please.
I'm trying so hard to decide if I want to be on the hunt with 3 friends or 2, like the last 2 people I haven't been on a hunt with.
I mean, do you want to be on a hunt with Ash and Little Willie?
Yes.
Also, to be
And
fair,
choice?
Little Willie isn't guaranteed on
Choice?
that hunt. Actually, Little Willie and Choice being like there's still someone who could sign up for hunt too.
I like how
There's
people are calling him Choice when he specifically said you're supposed to refer to him by his full name.
Yeah.
Literally never heard. I've never
Like-
heard him speak ever.
No, that's fair. That's
Also-
that,
Yeah.
that's a lot.
Whose choice am I going with this one? Let's go.
I wrote down in Hunt 3 and it got deleted, so I'm taking that as a sign that somebody doesn't want me there.
Oh,
it's the thing,
it probably got deleted because 2 people are typing in it in the same time.
Uh,
Hit
Yeah,
enter,
that happens all the
so-
time.
Yeah.
Do not feel offended. It happens a
Yeah,
lot.
if you're
I wasn't offended. I was like, well, I understand. Thank you. I will just wait. I'm just gonna do the classroom thing. I'm gonna wait till everyone else signed up.
if you put your name on there, like click off of it, just to make
It's pretty
sure.
funny.
I think I'm deciding on hunt 2.
All right.
My biggest reason is because
squad.
I think if I went to hunt 3, that'd be 3 kick some ass people.
That's not an
Ash
issue.
and Choice, I mean, back at it again.
Little Willie's a kick some ass person too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Does it count if he kicks his own ass?
He has a
so.
reinforced hoverboard. He's fine, and he can't take damage.
Apparently, like a reinforced skull too.
Yeah,
And he doesn't even wear a helmet.
He doesn't.
he doesn't need to.
That
He just
helmet's
needs to
built
be
into his
knocked
skull.
out. Just doesn't take damage and instead gets
Little
knocked
Willie
out.
is literally built different. Like
Why do you think he and
Yeah.
Ash have a history?
Also, I don't remember who, but there was someone like asking in Lacrimosa chat recently about what difficulty a hunt was, and I didn't know that's something they want to get answered now that they have the DM here.
Oh,
Or-
all of the
All the hunts were 3-star.
Yeah, all
Yeah,
the
I
hunts were
saw that.
3-star.
Okay.
I was trying to keep track of like how difficult hunts have been because I was like, oh, Ash, Z, and M have like collectively been on like the most difficult hunts every month, and I'm like, uh-oh. So I was just looking at it, I was like, oh, and it's just I wanted to know like how like that was scaled because I was like, they seem difficult, but wasn't sure.
Gotcha.
You'll know when higher star hunts happen, like
Yeah.
like the
Yeah.
groundskeeper was.
Yeah, but it was like two shapeshifters in human society. I'm like, that could go any way. Like, like that could go difficult very easily.
Wasn't
and
the
we weren't
eye
even
also
we weren't even supposed to kill the groundskeeper. So
Yeah. What
I
was
think
that, James?
Wasn't the eye also a higher star one too, or
The 2-star.
The eye was a
No,
2-star.
it was a 3-star. Well, it was a 2-star, but we got money for a 3-star because it was very difficult for us.
Oh yeah, it did end up getting bumped up. Not only because of that, but also because the amount of kills it had
Yeah.
gotten. Yeah, it was a lot more dangerous than initially thought to be. So,
Everyone got some crazy stuff last month, and then the first hunt was literally just like exterminators.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. I think that pretty much solves. I think there's. Okay, the only person missing would be Little Willie at this point. So I'll just pen him in.
Let's go.
And just make sure, like I said, get that figured out ASAP. And we will move on to the next order of business, which is group financial decisions and other stuff here. So
at a certain point, your son's going to need to talk to Ellie about his month thing.
Okay.
But
we can handle that when we start doing open RP.
Sure.
First of all, Ellie stands up. It's like, all right, I have a special treat that I was working on all month for you guys, and that is, at the request of you all, the shark bud research. And now, feast your eyes on the mech bud. And she hands out what looks like, you can see the orange orb that was like the heart of the shark bud. And around it, it has these like white and gray casings on either side. And then it goes down into like this box. So the orb is just sort of sitting on top of this box. Like half of it is coming out of it. And this thing is like the size of a small briefcase. And she smiles and is like, this right here, when you, of course, put a mana crystal in it, will expand up and will act as a stationary shark bud. It can't swim through the ground or anything like that, but it will listen to your commands and it will protect whatever area you put it in for around an hour. It is not very useful offensively, but say if you run into a civilian on one of your hunts and you need a way to protect them, you can slap this bad boy in front of them and it will keep them nice and safe for at least a little bit until you can hopefully drive the thing off. It could also cut off escape routes, so on and so forth. Fairly versatile in how you want to use it, but it's not something that you can really throw at the enemy and then it will open up. That's not really how it works. It's sort of a setup sort of dealio. So yeah. So that's this. And I will paste that.
Can it be used as a platform?
I mean, technically you could get on top of it if you really wanted to, but it isn't as useful for that.
Yeah, but that would work so well for me.
Just to get like a few feet higher?
Yeah.
she's like 5'2", Ellie.
Oh, hey, that's not the.
Tiny.
That's not.
I guess
Tiny.
That's
that's
a really
fair.
expensive step stool.
Sometimes you need a bit of a launch pad in order to get enough momentum into a hit. Okay.
Or the bread from the top shelf.
Ah! You're so mean.
Yeah, sounds about right. Let me snag this. Where the hell did this go? There it is. Shark bud.
I'm sorry that I'm short.
Apology accepted.
We're all short at some point in our life.
I
True.
will
So let's just
paste
stay that height longer.
this. I will
Short is a
paste
state
this
of mind.
And next we have you guys gave us parts for 2 creatures, I guess technically 3 from last month. So we have lots of stuff from the sensory mimics that I could probably make use of. Or
Is that what we're calling them?
yeah. That is the final answer from Sarah. So who am I to argue?
Fair enough.
The
sensory mimics.
Yes, and the Titan ants. We got some eggs and some other stuff back from them, and I'm sure we could get something done with that. So it is up to you guys if we want to do both or one of them or whatever you feel like doing. Just keep in mind that we don't have a whole lot as far as supply goes, but I'm sure we can make do.
What was the third creature? Curious.
Cairo.
It was Cairo, and Cairo's currently
Oh, yeah.
upstairs in the med bay.
Yeah, we had the option of harming Cairo, and we chose to not harm him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, this is a side point, so I'll address it later. But
right.
I say the Titan ant. There are plenty of things that we could do. For example, we can make certain types of armor, but also like I want to see what happens with the eggs.
Yeah, I mean,
one of them had wings.
I don't.
One of the eggs had wings.
Yeah.
We've
the
never.
egg itself.
We've not to necessarily put bad words on this, but like we've never failed a hunt yet. So I feel like if we spent the supply on both of these, I don't see the biggest issue. We still have a decent amount left over, it seems.
Well,
Considering
that's
that one of
jinx
the
now.
things that you do is jinx people, I don't
I
know
chose
if
not
you
to use
just.
I chose not to use that word.
What's the lifespan of a Titan ant?
Oh.
Hard to say off the top of my head. I would say, much longer than your average, normal little ant. It is.
I mean, do we have to
Do you
worry
want me to
about
go
the
back
Titan
into the
ant?
papers?
Okay.
Why? What's up?
We need
Do
to
you have
worry
a
about
way
the
of
thing?
making them docile?
We are not raising an army of Titan ants.
I mean, they're kind of cute. I'd like one.
No, they're not.
Well, we could incubate an egg or two and
Oh my
see what's what.
I'm sorry.
No.
As long as they're not like
I'm starting to-
royalty, I think
I'm
it should be
starting to
fine.
doubt Mr. Sun's sincerity right now.
I mean, well, that does raise a fair question of like, what would worker ones do without their queen or princess? Like, would they be hostile without a leader?
Well, if you would like to fund the answer to these sort of questions,
Yeah.
A mere 60 supply from our funds. And Candace Ellie smiles and looks over towards Candace, who is just sort of rolls her eyes.
I mean, no, I genuinely don't see the issue with funding either of these, especially the sensory moves. Like knowing, like, more about those things, considering that we have no information on them.
Yeah, considering they're a completely unknown species, for various reasons. Yeah, I say funding both of them would be good if we have another person to work in the the lab.
I'll spend another month in the lab helping. I'll get my team to help as well.
I would do it myself, but I have things to do.
I believe Z was good to help as well.
Always on that.
Yes, I usually have Z for a partner when we have enough stuff. So me and Z should be fine. I'm not too worried about having enough people to do this. But Cool, perfect. No dissenting opinions on this.
None here.
Nah.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Excellent. I will subtract that from here, which leaves us at a solid 200 supply left.
Nice.
And I will now clear all of the old stuff. Ba-bum. New month. New, clean, nice month where nothing has gone wrong yet.
Yeah.
I mean,
I can change that.
Cool. Perfect. With that out of the way.
Quick out of character question.
Yes. What's up?
Should we put down the costs for the trips somewhere on the sheet? Because I didn't see it written down anywhere.
Oh yeah, the cost to go to Frostholm, Heliosphere,
In the garden.
and the not Amber Forest, the place around where we made maybe the garden is.
They will be sort of adjustable, so within reason, but so I'm not too worried about putting them down. The price is just going to sort of float around the points that I said before. So once we get a little bit more serious about trying to get to one of these places, we can sort of talk costs. So
okay,
I can get us a sweet discount.
Can you? Do you have that? Do you have that sort of swing? I'm pretty sure Heliosphere doesn't like you.
It's not Heliosphere that I get the discount from.
Is that in character or out of character?
That was definitely out of character.
Yeah. Well,
Candace just goes, Ash, they don't like you.
Okay, well, you didn't have to go there, but
no, it's not Heliosphere that I need to get the discount from. It's the caravan. And I got something up my sleeve. Don't worry about it.
I fear.
Okay, we'll see how you convince the caravan to take a wanted Heliosphere criminal back to Heliosphere.
But... Oh, I never said I was going. I just said that I could get us a discount.
I can get you travel. I'm not going myself.
Yeah, no, I'm not going back there.
I feel like you have more connections than you... I feel like you think you have more connections than I feel you have, Ash.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And that's very in character.
I just...
Yeah, no, it's just a joke.
Anyways, it's... Okay. Well, thank you, Ellie. Next on the docket, we have a few things to discuss. We are going to have a nice, orderly conversation about them. We can start with, since it has already been brought up, M. It sounded like you wanted to speak on your case of what you have done directly to Middle Tower, but I will let you speak on that and not speak for you.
M stands up with like hands behind their back as they stand up, as they then pull their hands forward, and for those who are not aware of it, they see that M is missing a left hand now. With talking to Sarah as well, I have a bit more information about what I can say about this now, but the way my powers were given to me is not of my own choice. I have them because of some sort of thing that I'll delve on. And I would like to apologize to all of you for the actions I've done because of how my emotions are impacted, specifically, and I will look towards Sun and Red. I know I have caused you two a whole lot of issues because of my actions, and I do greatly apologize for that. This hand missing as a result of that, as Miss Sun promised me something, and in my state of mind at that point, I had believed her foolishly. And again, I apologize for what I've done because of that. But even to all of you, and this is knowing my short term that I may have here if my actions continue, figured I should alert all of you of possibly what is happening. Sarah informed me of the thing that may be giving me my powers is something called a sentinel. We believe Cairo may also be one, but they're essentially, and Sarah, you may correct me if I'm wrong about what I recall about this, but they're essentially creatures that were created by the daughters to kind of fulfill a task. Oh, I also may have spelled it. I don't know if that's spelled correctly or not. They were created by the daughters to fulfill a task and then be dismantled or destroyed. Given Kyra's connection to the daughter, as last we saw, he is still like curled up at her bed. It is believed that he is one, and that whatever I have in me, which in my case takes the form of a fiery purple man, chained in my mind, it is most likely a sentinel as well. It preys on my emotions, so for every time that you guys would feel nervous, I feel paranoid. For every time someone like you would feel curious, I get obsessed. It preys on these feelings and takes me at weaker moments. And a lot of that has been shown in some of these hunts by my rash actions. I'm informing you guys of this because, first off, as I've revealed information about all of you to some degree, and yet I've kept all of my own things secret, and it has gotten people hurt. I do not expect any of you to fully forgive me, but I'm informing you all of what we have determined from Sarah's research into this, that what to encounter if I were to go into the field again. I'm condoning that, stop me in whatever means you need to if you see me acting out again. Because it takes me a long time to trust, but I feel like I can at least start to trust the people here. And I want to make sure you guys are safe. And if whatever creature I have is trying to make me harm people, I don't want anyone else getting hurt. And I will turn to Ash at that point and go, and this is why I've been kind of distant. I know this thing preys on my emotions, and if I show that I care about people, I've feared that it was going to act out against them. In other news of that, if I know some of you are capable magic users, and we are not entirely sure of what this thing is doing to me or how to get rid of it, but I was able to remove the somewhat hold that there was on Cairo's mind of whatever was causing him to rampage. So hopefully there's a way that a similar thing can be done to me in a safe way. That is all, and I will sit back down.
I'm surprised it was only your hand that was taken.
From what I can tell, probably planted some sort of bomb in my hand when she found me. I'm very surprised it only took off my hand, but it wasn't a visible bomb to my knowledge. So,
to be fair, they thought they were going to get a dead son out of it, so.
That is also fair.
Mr. Sun has been watching, but just like sipping his coffee quietly.
And on the next note, we will have a little bit more time for some more open discussion, but I have a few points here that I would like us to discuss that are more overwhelming questions from the last few hunts that have been brought to my attention. The first of which that can sort of start us off here. We need to figure out what this 6th month could be and what could be happening here.
Probably something to do with Umbrella and whatever it is they've been trying to perfect and work on.
Whatever it is, it's going to be big. And it's going to be catastrophic, possibly.
Yeah, that's true. Umbrella is a likely suspect.
Has the guild given us any information on what these preparations are going to entail?
As far as what we are going to need to be doing?
Yes.
We were told to continue operating as usual and taking care of any monsters that cropped up on the inside while the rest of the guild turns their sights towards keeping the wall safe. Because whatever it is, it's their mind is of the fact that whatever it is going to be coming from the outside and trying to take down a wall.
Have they been made aware of the potential underground network that the investigation with Little Willie, James, and myself had turned up?
I mentioned it to them, but they simply replied with the fact that there are a few of these tunnels, but I do believe they are planning on taking down that one in particular due to its reach to outside the walls. We don't want anything finding its way in by accident like that, or, well, on purpose through those tunnels. So I believe those are going to be either barricaded or demolished.
No mention of the creature that was already there? Did they say anything about how they were going to deal with that?
I did not mention to them that that creature was inside because they were talking about destroying it or destroying the tunnels, and I figure it is best to kill two birds with one stone in this case.
That's fair.
Quick clarification question. How do we know that that whatever is going to happen next month is coming from outside of the wall and not inside?
We don't. That is simply the conclusion that Briar came to when I brought this situation up to him, Amber, and Maria. Those three being, for those of you who aren't aware, the three guild council leaders, the highest ups in the guild, so to speak.
And to be fair, the guild's main thing is dealing with stuff outside of the walls. Our job is to deal with things inside of the walls, so if it is something within the walls.
The guild is more or less the governing body of Lacrimosa.
Not necessarily. They are the defense force against the things that go bump outside the walls.
Yeah, the 6 council members.
The bureau is the ones who govern the city.
Recent, I've been in the medical ward. What are the prevailing theories on this umbrella?
Yeah, what did your investigation uncover in regards to what sort of corporation or organization this might be?
I was not able to find as much as Little Willie or James were able to. But I have a good idea as to what sort of business they were tending. Um, James, feel free to correct me if anything seems wrong. But it was an underground facility in which they were doing research on human beings in a way to make them less human.
Turn them into monsters.
And this can range between adolescents to adults.
Was it active?
No, everything had been destroyed, though one of their, I assume, and again, correct me if this assumption is not only my own, but the way that I understood was one of their subjects was able to regenerate back from the scorching. They used fire to cleanse all traces of their existence. So while many cells and infirmary rooms were littered with skeletons ranging in size, one cell remained with a creature that was capable of coming back.
It had incredible regenerative quality.
Which does make me wonder if it was able to recover from that, the cleansing, or the mercy I tried to offer it, then I wonder what sort of demolition the guild intends to use.
If this was a laboratory underground that nobody knew about, why would they need to cleanse?
Just probably, if I had to guess, their research was completed.
There also could be some leftover dangers in the area from their experimentation. We did find, and although the other two are not as trained in magic as I found some area that was irradiated with, well, it's somewhat of an irradiated magic, you could say. It's bad juju kind of
And
thing.
we don't know how, but the, I assume, leader, Miss, remind me if I got her name.
The
lady?
No, you never get her name.
We didn't get
that
a name,
makes
no.
sense. The lady who we saw on stage before Candace's attack entered in the cell with the bad juju magic, as was just said, and she transported herself or disappeared. Possible teleportation, which for you magic users or who have an understanding of magic is definitely a big deal.
An extremely big deal.
That
A human
lines up
being.
with what Ash and I found in our investigation. Something was able to teleport out of the alleyway where the first victim of the glass eye was attacked. So
You guys found the name Terry Lee, I believe it was.
Yes.
We took that name and ran with it, and our traces led possibly down into this laboratory area. The cell where we think he was being kept had evidence of that irradiated magic, which, best guess, could be practicing of teleportation and having it go wrong or something like that. But there were also insane scrawlings on the walls in that area. And
Needless
the
to
cell right next door is a creature with regenerative qualities that are so immense that Sun headshots it and it's back up in 10 seconds. So whatever was going on there is beyond anything any of us have ever.
Well,
still down there?
It's still the regenerative one, that is.
Did it seem like a threat to you guys, or is it more of a victim?
It's a victim.
Yeah. It seems scared
so you left
and it would
there.
lash out, but
This is something that, should we find the ability to deal with it, we will, but it did not accept our aid. It chose to stay.
How old is this thing?
And it's been down there for what, 10 years now?
At least a decade, if not more.
Um,
When was it destroyed?
at least a decade ago.
It's hard to tell. I don't think we got a more definitive timing. Did
Or
we get more
within a
definitive timing
decade,
on
I
this?
suppose.
I don't recall exactly.
I remember outside of character what it was, but I don't want
10
to.
years. 10 years was the time that you guys kept, sort of hearing about 10 years
Weird.
ago.
At the Inferno of the Ridge.
Yeah, about 10 years.
Weird question, but did the lady look any younger in the vision I had, or I was showed?
It's probably hard to tell.
Yeah, hard to tell.
Okay.
Where is this place that you went?
This was in Ridgeview or whatever it's called.
The Ridge.
The Ridge?
Yeah, it's in the ridge near the wall. That's why we there's ways to get from one side of the wall to the other through these underground tunnels where we found this laboratory, which is why it is a bit of an issue. It's a security issue, maybe, but also on top of the other issues.
If a person is able to claim that they teleported successfully, I can think now of a couple different organizations that would want to procure this person for research purposes. And it does seem that that was the case.
Keeper.
What's that?
So,
would Noah know about any secret ways getting into the city from the Ridge? Being from the Ridge and getting into the city in secret?
Pardon me?
Sounds like a yes.
It's possible to get from the Ridge into the city without it being secret.
Yeah, you... Well...
Not these specific ones, but others.
There's...
Wants to go.
Not a lot. The main one that you know of that you could get through is literally just, like, sneaking through the gates. So...
Yeah. Just
I want to
unlock
speak to
the
this
front
thing.
door.
Yeah, pretty
Cool.
much.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just
What
making
was
sure.
that, Z?
Yeah.
What was that, Z?
Can you show me where this thing is? I want to speak to it.
The regenerative one?
I also want to see it.
It's, I mean, I was there and attempting to communicate with magic, and I can say with utmost certainty it's not much for talk.
You also do not want to do that.
It is.
Like, was it against talking, or could it not talk with magic?
It, even with magic, its form of communication was, I would say, crude at best. And I mean, it seemed scared, cornered. Because of that, it didn't seem like it was much for talking on top of that. So I don't think there's much we're going to get from it, even using magic to try and communicate.
Ash is gonna walk over to Z real quick and
Yeah, I mean,
grab their arm.
because I know me and Z were able to communicate with Cairo, and that, like, we both were able to get a connection, even though it wasn't perfect. So I figured at least ask to see if it had any form of communication.
I think
it sounds like a lost cause then.
I think with the alterations to its body and obviously its mind, that were not fully successful. It seems.
What do you think it was?
I think it was human.
What did it look like?
I think it was a few humans.
It had 6 arms. It looked very elongated from what I remember, but I mean, it was quite dark down there, and it was kind of back into a cell a bit. But
It looked like
the
an
amount
emaciated,
of arms for sure was
an emaciated cone of flesh with multiple arms.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound dissimilar from what we fought.
See?
It was.
I need to speak to it, even if we can't speak to it.
Is there something you know, Z?
What do you think it is?
See, can I ask you something outside real quick?
Two curious cops walking into a trap.
I need to ask something.
Trying to look for a picture.
All right,
I
we
don't
need to move
remember.
chat.
I don't know. Ash wants to drag Z to the side.
That is up to you guys.
What do you want?
All right, yeah, sure. If that's what Ash wants.
Yeah. She.
Okay.
Okay.
We can move chats then.
The recording.
Sure, just hop down real
Okay.
quick, and we can
Okay.
we can make this quick.
See, you sound petrified. What's going on?
It's nostalgic.
You. They mentioned something about fire. You. Don't you live in
Nothing
the
should
ridge?
be there. Nothing should be left.
So it is what I think it is.
Sounds like it.
Do you want me to go with you?
I think it would be best. But I think M should come with. I think maybe if I can't talk to it, maybe they can.
Probably.
I have a terrible. Ash. What if it's?
What if it's?
What if it's those chill.
See,
and Z can't finish.
See, breathe. You don't need to say it.
No wonder they wouldn't be able to speak. No. If we go, by the end of it, we must kill it.
You propose we do that. They said that it took a shot to the head.
We'll figure it out.
Whatever you say. But I'm right here, Z. I don't know what's going on, but...
What is this umbrella?
I don't know.
Were they there?
Let's bring
Are they-
the conversation back to the group.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on. We should go back.
All right.
We'll talk more about
The slice to it.
Pizza.
Yeah.
Pocket pizza.
Pocket pizza.
Oh.
Welcome back.
You guys get back, and Candace, after the brief, very brief break, her eyes like widen up, and she's like, "Oh my God, I am so sorry. I forgot we have, I'm sure as everybody's noticed, we have a new hunter here. Choice Amin, if you would like to take a quick moment to introduce yourself. I'm sorry for letting that slip my mind."
Oh shit, you're right.
I was hoping we could forget because I'm not very fond of the classroom. Go around and introduce yourself, but I am Choice Amin. I hit monsters, and I guess I can't charge things now that there's no power. And then he slouches back in his chair.
Choice was super helpful in the last hunt.
I will say that is on par with everyone's introduction in the first session. Like, it was just, no one had enthusiasm to introduce themselves.
Choice
fit
kept
right
me from
in.
getting eaten by an ant several times.
What's the general description?
Fuck.
I mean, Amy has a
Do
picture.
you want me to grab the portraits?
Yeah, I'm looking for it on the Twitch.
Yeah, I'll just upload them again.
It's like black and white.
There we go.
The Shark Boy wears lava girl.
Ah.
No.
Brown hair, teeth like a shark. Fries when they call him bitch baby.
Oh my god.
God.
I don't like this. Anyway.
Well, I suppose he'll fit right in with everyone here then.
Yes, I simply want to make everybody aware that they have joined us and that they aren't just a guest sitting in.
There is not a stranger sitting in on the meeting.
Yeah, exactly.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, I mean, it could have just been a guild
Rude.
person that wouldn't have questioned it.
I can also attest to Choice Means' ability to handle their own on a hunt.
Yeah.
Awfully bold for someone to join us when we're this deep into trouble.
Honestly, I was very surprised too.
Well, we had a lot less trouble than the rest of you. We just had some unruly ants in the boonies to take care of. Nothing so grand.
They were pretty big ants.
To be fair, we also had to deal with a sniper. That was another thing.
Wait, did Ash and Z just come back in the room and pretend nothing happened?
We
Yes.
did not deal with a sniper. Somebody else dealt with them.
I mean, we had to, she shot at us. I took a bullet in my arm, and she motions to a bandage that's still on her arm.
Well, I guess this is a good.
Hey, join the club.
This is a good place
I said I'm sorry.
This is a good place to segue. We should no longer have to worry about Miss Sun. Not to say that we don't have to worry about Celestine anymore. I'm not sure how hostile they are still going to be, but I very briefly spoke with who I believe was Jessica Green when I was at the guild meeting today on private business, and from the sounds of it, they it is hard to say how hostile they will be, but I didn't really clear anything up with her, so that's
Well, I can't imagine they'll be too happy about one of their top-rated assassins being killed.
Yes.
By a group that's only been around for 4 months.
I will say that Jessica did seem to be in an anxious state, and I do not know what is necessarily causing that, but prying did not yield any results, as you could imagine, so.
Understandable.
Something that worries Celestine equally worries me, so.
In regards to this upcoming thing that will be attacking Lacrimosa?
Yes, I have a feeling that they know more than they are currently able to let on, and honestly don't fully understand what their plans were going into this. It seems like they are in a situation that is a bit over their head, as we all are currently, so I guess we'll see what happens on that front. On another note, upstairs we have, well, the daughter. Currently.
Any changes to her, or still
comatose? Has not woken up yet. I have no idea how long that will last, but currently, as I have discussed with a few hunters thus far, our immediate answer to the situation was to keep quiet about her currently, so as to not cause any more stirring in Lacrimosa.
The guild wasn't informed of.
No.
I imagine that's for the best.
Yeah. I mean, I heard that we got some light sentence about the hall, so I wasn't sure if that's why it was because we revealed about her or not.
Well,
it seems, strangely enough, that a lot of people aren't aware. I heard no mention of the daughter at the meeting or with anybody that I spoke with today. So I fear that it was a little bit more secret than we may have thought. My other fear is that we have somehow played into the plans of this 6th month shenanigan by causing a power outage to the city.
I mean, I don't know how helpful it can be, but when I was helping Cairo kind of recover and calm him down from that state, I was able to, as I said earlier, like communicate with him, and I was able to get the word Zentine from his mind. And when I used that to look at another place, it showed me like the daughter as well as a man with a tablet. So that may be some connection to that, but I've never heard the word Zentine before anywhere before. But I know that the man got into the stairwell, but his key card ended up on my side, so I don't know if he made it out of the building.
Well, another name on the list of mysterious people that we don't know much about.
So, you said you were able to get into the mind of Cairo, correct?
Yeah, I through this whatever things in my mind, it's kind of given me the ability to, because as I stated, my power kind of drives from emotion. I can kind of sense emotions and influence emotions in other people. So I was able to kind of go into Cairo's mind and kind of see what was causing him panic.
You were one of the ones to bring the Daughter of Water out, correct?
I mean, kind of. I got up to the top and turned the valves to stop like the pressure that was building, which caused the power outage. But I was on that hunt, yes.
Did you hear anything from the Daughter of Water? Like, did you feel
Crying.
any emotion?
Yes, I heard. If I remember correctly, I heard crying. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard crying before she was freed, but afterwards I heard nothing. It was something I was going to bring up with the group of I might be able to kind of look in her mind and see if I can find out an issue, but I also don't want to risk any harm coming to her that way.
And that's why we get along. We think very similarly. Do you think that, Candace, what do you think the likelihood of us being able to go into the Daughter of Water's mind while she's in a coma is? And what kind of dangers would present itself?
Candace just sort of a little bit tiredly looks over at Sarah, who sort of pushes up her glasses, and I have attempted doing things similar. Maybe I am perhaps not as good as I would have hoped, but I have made no progress so far on forming any sort of communication with her thus far. So,
Do you think it would be troublesome if Em and I tried?
it could be worth a shot.
Additionally, we have a decent amount of like mana manipulators here. We could all try together to kind of. I don't know if that would be a way to like enhance my attempt at it, but we've done some of us have done magic together before to get a stronger effect. So the more of us that try, we could possibly get a stronger version of it.
Brute forcing this issue is a possibility, but I worry about doing that before we know much more.
That's fair.
I don't want to brute force it. I want to see if we can do it without any kind of resistance, or at least very little resistance. And if not, then go at it at a different angle.
Well, that's the problem with gathering several people who can sort of what M had suggested is dangerous because we do not know how a goddess would react to that currently, or what the repercussions of going and looking into in a goddess's mind would be. They have been alive for daughter knows how long. I don't want any sort of feedback happening. We don't know enough to do anything like that yet.
Yeah.
I just think that there's something that really scares me personally is how much curiosity I've been hearing recently.
What do you mean?
I know you want to fix everything and you want things to be as good as possible, but you are one person.
We're dealing with some large forces here. We don't know the true dangers that could be behind anything in this situation. What injuries has the daughter sustained? What injuries could befall you by trying to look into a deity's mind? Is there any sort of backlash that could happen, and what could that deal to you? What could that deal to the daughter?
Are you willing to accept that the worst case scenario that doing so might kill you and might damage the daughter as well?
I don't know. All I know is that how long has she been missing?
100 years?
Yeah, over 100 years at this point.
Assuming that the entire time that she was missing, she was trapped, being used as a battery and a power source, just chained up in a ball.
And where is she now? Resting. Very needed resting. If she has been being used for 100 years, let her have a year of rest at least.
And that just may be the solution.
I agree with that. My goal isn't to wake her up necessarily, it's to find out what happened, see if she knows what happened. To get
she
her
would
in that.
likely know what happened to her, but
Yeah, but it's
will
getting
not
that
be
information
easy.
without disturbing her.
Will not be easy.
I don't think the risk is worth the reward, because if we look at it from a standpoint of she's been comatose for about 100 years, she might have some information from a century ago, but so much could have changed. Pieces shift around, new management, as a way of saying it. It would be best to try to focus on the current reason or the current goal and hope we can get some answers on how to help her from there. If we can find who's responsible, that is truly horrifying, because that would make them very old and dangerous.
I believe there's probably an organization responsible for this, because I did find research documents dating. I don't know how long back, because a lot of the information on it was redacted, but they were able to extract mana from the daughter, which was being used to power the city. I imagine it is probably an organization, and I may be so bold as to say the Bureau might have been privy to this situation, as I find it hard that they would not be aware of what was powering the city.
Definitely a lead.
I mean, Candace and Sarah, you said you have a connection to someone on the Bureau. Is that like do you think they would be someone to willfully let this happen?
Whether
No.
or not they would be willing is not necessarily
well,
their choice.
that's
Could
fair. Do you
also
think
be
they
a
would?
case of the people in charge of the Bureau now might be
Mhm.
a little less corrupt than the people in the Bureau 100 years ago,
That's
who might
fair.
have just assumed they were doing things for the greater good and then buried this information.
I find it hard to believe that the general populace would very happily welcome the goddess who created our city uh, as our power source to be used for hundreds of years.
Do you think that might be because that might have something to do with no one knowing?
I mean, if she went missing 100 years ago, how many people are actually alive now that would have known her when she was still walking the streets? Could have been that people back then did something, and those who are in charge now actually had no idea. It's a possibility.
It is a possibility.
Some people were still experimenting on her, and they were still using her.
But that doesn't mean those are the people who are still in charge. The people in charge
100
back then may have had a hand in it, but the people in charge now may have
For
no
example, I can actually give you a great example. The organization that had that underground base and that was incinerated, that has the person, that has the woman who works for Umbrella, or as we're coining them, they were an organization called, I believe, the Smiling Snake. So, in the span of 10 years, and James and I did pretty deep research, and the changing of names and hands were so frequent and common, even in the past century. It's a paper trail that doesn't even exist, and even if it did, it would be impossible to follow.
How do you know that name?
Because they're the ones who ran that underground prison.
We found it
They're
in the
the one.
records when we researched. We read about them in the guild.
What do you know about them, Z?
They uh Z can't speak.
Well, it seems some sort of connection, or at least maybe we do have some information on this group that we weren't able to dig up. I'm sorry to put you on the spot like this, Z, but we came up with a name and images of true horror. So if you can shed any more light on our investigation, then that would benefit everyone here.
Z, do you want me to tell them what you told me? You can take your time.
Please.
You want me to?
Yes.
From what I remember, the conversation that I had with Z, I was worried about their health, so I went to check on them and I was talking with them. and the subject of magic got brought up, and the subject of pasts got brought up. They mentioned that in their past, they were forced to worship, and smiling was their worship. And that after a while, they left and burned it all to the ground.
I didn't tell you everything.
You didn't, but that's all I know.
We practiced magic all day long, every day. For what purpose? Some sort of journey. It never happened, because I burned it all. And there should have been nothing left. But you found something there. We were taken off the streets. Bagged. I don't know where I'm truly from. But I know I continued smiling after that. Because they punished us. I don't need to say any more.
Yes, you're fine, Z. Take some time.
I had a feeling that it sounded like C was getting panicked when you mentioned this. And when you mentioned the ridge and fire, it kind of all started to click. So that's what I was talking with C about earlier.
So it is possible, based on this new information, that it might not have been an intentional torching, or at least not from them, but
Did you
from one of us.
find the bones of children?
Yes.
Yes.
Many of them.
So that thing is it's not anything to do with them. And I did burn them, didn't I? Okay.
Well, either way, Sun is right in that this wasn't something that they did to cover their tracks, so to speak. And from the sounds of it, we can assume that whoever it was from the umbrella organization, they made their move before the Inferno of the Ridge. So I don't necessarily understand where we go from here, but I wanted to bring up another thing that didn't quite click with me. From the sounds of it, Steel didn't make it to the daughter. From those reports that you read, am I correct, Wallace? I apologize for having to ask you about this.
No, it's okay. He was able to make it to the 7th floor before they were able to stop him. So he did not reach the daughter on the 8th floor.
And
But
what
he was looking around the temple for what I presume was the daughter, but he did not tell me anything about that.
And what happened to Steel?
They killed him. He simply knew too much and they had to get rid of him. So that is what happened. That is why we only have Cairo with us.
The thing I worry is how many people at the hall knew the secret of the hall. Was everyone aware that the daughter was up there, or were there just select people that were corrupt?
I can't imagine.
Get more victims.
I can't imagine everyone working at the power plant was aware of the situation, but I imagine those on the higher floors with the more limited access would have known, because I did find the reports on the 7th floor. So I can imagine those higher few were privy to the information, the true nature of the power plant.
My worry,
You guys have-
my worry is that Steele wasn't killed for knowing too much, and that Steele was killed as a catalyst, and this is a cover-up. I can't speak for sure on that, but it is something to consider.
What do you mean a catalyst?
Remember when I mentioned earlier that the destruction of the power plant could have been planned?
Oh, yeah.
What if Steele was killed
bait us in
to bait in Cairo?
What would they gain from baiting in Cairo? Cairo's back.
destroying the hall.
But we got the daughter out before the hall could be destroyed, though.
No, it's the power outage.
Oh.
Oh. So you're saying that maybe no one's asking questions because this might have been what they were planning to begin with.
An inside job.
This also begs the question. So you guys evacuated the Hall of Water when you went there to deal with Cairo, correct?
They were evacuating, yes, because of Cairo attacking the hall.
How many people were evacuated that knew about the daughter? Who
Yeah,
still knew
sure.
about the daughter?
Yeah.
Unsure.
Well, as far as they know, daughter could be all dead.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Well, the power outage happened.
Is this insinuating that your team was intentionally led to find the daughter in one way or another?
It seems like
possible.
I think it was just Cairo.
Either to find the daughter or to cause the power outage.
Feel
One
like
thing-
if they wanted you guys to find the daughter, then they would know that she's here, and we would have heard from them by now.
I'm sure it's impossible to know what's normal for a ancient deity, but we've done a very thorough inspection on her health and well-being, because it's very suspicious of an organization that sows chaos and creates monsters to hand over something they might have been using from the very beginning as a battery.
I think the situation with the power plant might be different from the umbrella organization.
Yeah, we saw no sign of that, and we saw no sign of the umbrella when we were looking in the power plant. And as I stated earlier, like don't know if Zentine's a name or organization, but something connected to that was up there. But there
It's
was no sign of
definitely a
that.
lead.
Yeah.
Mm.
And even with Cairo, every time I connected into Cairo's mind, he wasn't angry at he was angry at what they were doing to the daughter. Is my connection to it. He was never angry at the people. It was whatever was happening up there with the daughter. That's what he was upset about.
Candace is sort of looking down at the ground and sort of gives a little bit of a chuckle over to mostly Mr. Sun at his comment of why would they hand over something if they why would they hand over the daughter if they knew they were there. And she just says, well, that's assuming that they even see us as a threat. If they have this many connections and are this big, do they even... They might think that if they know that we have the daughter, that we're just holding on to her for them to take. That's another possibility. I hate to sow the words of, I guess, defeat, but
I mean, it's fair though. What are they gonna? Why would they be threatened by 11 makeshift hunters and 4 college graduates? Like, if they have a widespread net, we don't really stand a chance if they attack us.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, that also can benefit us if they underestimate what we're capable of.
I mean, that is true. Like,
But
most of us
also,
have been on hunts with each other. We all know we can be destructive when we need to be.
the issue as well is that's another reason why I was asking about the daughter and trying to make her, if they come and try to take her, and we're not able to stop them, and Kyra's not able to stop them, she's defenseless.
Has Cairo like made any signs of like trying to inform us of anything? Or is he
Cairo
just
has, for the most part, been defending the daughter at the foot of her bed. And if anybody gets too particular, like even Jackie, who has been working with her day and night, if anybody gets too handsy or too up in her business, he gets aggressive.
Imagine if you tried connecting to her mind. Oof.
I mean, I can do that from a distance if needed, but also this is I don't know if it was ever said. So Cairo can't speak, right? It's only like through the mind that we got connected. It wasn't like he actually like spoke.
Yes, there were
Like,
no words that came out of Cairo's mouth.
Okay.
And as since Wallace has probably seen the most of Cairo out of the group, Wallace has also never actually heard Cairo speak. So
like, did Steele ever communicate with him?
Yes.
Yes.
Did it seem mutual, or is it just still talking to Cairo?
How do you mean? Like they were having a conversation?
Like, did Cairo seem to actually respond or give Steele, like, actually say things that Steele seemed to understand?
Yes. Cairo
Yes.
speaks to your mind.
Okay.
I have had very few instances where he spoke briefly to me, but as I'm not magically attuned, I could not really communicate with him.
Okay. Well,
Wait.
if that's fine, we also could try to see if Cairo has an idea. If one of us could try, that might be a safer alternative than trying to go directly into the daughter's mind. If we tried to, one of us tried to talk to Cairo first to see like what he's been feeling or knowing, that could help. And that's
Since Cairo had a connection with Steele and was able to communicate with him, it's possible that Cairo's also able to communicate with the daughter in some way, shape, or form.
It's possible.
I mean, if
We
that
can
would follow,
somehow go through Cairo.
that would follow the theory that Sarah was talking with me about if the thing that I have is also similar to what Cairo is, like they are creations of the daughter to do specific tasks. So perhaps the daughter sent Cairo to steal for a reason. Perhaps he was always meant to be a guard for her, and when she went missing, he found someone who would be able to help her in the form of Steele.
That's possible.
One connection point that I may have missed. Does Umbrella have anything to do the daughter being chained up?
We have no definitive
Unsure,
connection to that.
but I do not think it is likely, though they could be connected in some way. Celestine, at least, seemed to be connected in some way, as Miss Sun was actively trying to stop us from reaching the 8th floor.
Additionally, it sounds like the person who had informed Sun of the attack on Candace was also the one responsible for the testing.
Although she doesn't seem to be directly part of Celestine, it could all be connected. Celestine,
But
Umbrella,
Celestine
and
knows of her.
yeah, Celestine, Umbrella, and whatever this other organization might be that was trying to destroy the temple and cause a power outage might all be connected as one entity trying to bring about the downfall of Lacrimosa for one reason or another.
Or at least a bunch of entities working together in tandem.
For sure. Yeah, until it happens and then they return.
That is what I'm suggesting, yes.
Okay.
I don't know if this rings any bells at all, but Church believed that casting and learning magic was worship of the smiling snake. So I don't know if it has anything to do with any of these other daughters.
I mean, the only place we've heard of the smiling snake, it sounds like, is this thing that you were a part of. So, but I mean, it's another name to add to the list of things to look into.
Well, from what we know now, I feel like this has been at least slightly enlightening. Is there any other topics that anybody wanted to bring up today?
I mean,
Did we have a picture of the umbrella?
Ah, yes, we have. Well, we have, I guess, a live example of it down here, but I can show you a sketch if you would like to see it on the neck of one of the beasts from last month. Simply go down to Ellie's office, but here, and Candace sketches the umbrella symbol on the whiteboard. And
is there an image somewhere that I can look
is there
for?
is there an actual picture?
I know I drew it somewhere on the Lacrimosa.
The theater of the mind.
Theater
It is
of
an
the
umbrella,
mind.
people.
Someone drew it on the roll20.
No, how I have not taken the time to actually draw it. It is
really good.
very similar to that, except it is a C shape with a J through it. So it is fairly crude lines.
Oh, I think that's what my high school symbol was.
We're all just gonna.
We're all just trying our best. We're all just. Why are we all drawing it?
Well, there's two people drawing. I mean, I would also say like it seems smaller compared to the rest. Oh wait.
And we have no confirmation that they actually call themselves Umbrella.
Nope, that is just the what you guys have been calling them up to this point.
Because it's just, they have, the symbol looks like an umbrella. What can I say?
For all we know, it could be like an N and a J. They could be like, I don't know.
It's New Jersey. We're up against New Jersey.
There we go.
Shit.
Do it.
Oh
Wait,
my
Well,
god.
we
The
solved
hidden,
the
the
riddle.
hidden city of New Jersey has come from the ashes.
The New
That's actually
Jersey
the real name of the garden.
umbrellas.
Somehow we need
Well-
to actually get their actual name.
Yeah, I mean, I could always attempt to look into it, but it's risky, as we know with how I dealt with Celestine. I will also say it's not. It seems smaller compared to the rest of things, but do we know like the Titan ants didn't get into the city? Did it seem like they were planning to, or is that just an external thing that seems unrelated? Because that's another thing that's not from the area nearby, but they made home close to it. Do we think they were sent here by an outside place as well, or?
It's possible that they were brought in simply because of the fact that they're from around Heliosphere, but it seemed like they made their nest outside of the walls.
Okay.
Yes, they are usually around the wastes, not in the cities, so likely the same entity that was bringing in other monsters is to do with those ants being in the walls, or I guess in Meat Valley.
So at
Yes, more than
worst,
likely.
we have an organization creating and testing things with just the smiling snake thing. We have, and possibly the umbrella as well.
I
We
believe
have,
the smiling snake is connected to the umbrella, as the
yes.
smiling snake doesn't exist anymore.
So we have the umbrella thing. Then we have people bringing in monsters from outside, and we have whatever group knew about the daughter.
Yes, the group that knew that she was there and was holding her in the power plant, and perhaps another group that wanted to destroy the power plant to cause an outage that would lead to something attacking the city, which we have no clue what that is yet.
And then, if I remember from last month, didn't you say you had an ultimatum of 6 months as well?
Yep.
So does Celestine know something that's going to happen in those 6 months too? Are they planning something?
That is the assumption that I was led to believe because they gave me 6 months to sink the reputation of Middle Tower. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to convince them that the blowing up of the building that was, or the really old building at that, was my doing.
Have you, that's out of character, have you at this point went out of your way to make any contact with Celestine? Because they have not contacted you.
No, I know. That's a roleplay and my month thing for this month.
Okay.
I was gonna say they
but I
did
have
try
a-
to kill you.
I have a roleplay with Red that I wanted to do after this because it involves them.
Okay, cool. We can run that then. But well, is there anything else?
What are we to do about the daughter? Because I feel that at some point, perhaps not this month considering our current reputation, but at some point it might be in our interest to reveal that the daughter is alive.
To the public?
To the guild, at the very least.
What use does that bring though? It just, if people weren't aware of, like, if those groups out there weren't aware we had her, we just guarantee a target on us.
That's true, but in that scenario, we might be able to offer ourselves a little more protection from the guild.
Protection?
Well, I'm
Is
assuming
that your
that
reason?
I'm assuming that the guild is not related to the organization that wanted to destroy the city, as the guild defends the city. So it might.
I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I have one concern on this front, and it is something that Amber mentioned during the meeting. At the end of the meeting, she mentioned that the guild council is aware that there is they do not know who it is, but that there is a traitor amongst the guild. And it is unknown who it is currently, but
You trust Amber though?
Yeah.
Yes, I trust Amber with my life.
I was going to say, yeah, when it comes to telling the guild, I don't know how many people we can trust, especially when it comes to organizations.
Let's think about it a different way. How about you? If our goal is to protect this city, what would telling about what's happened to the Daughter of Water do? If we say such a thing, stability would go down, don't you think? People
Yes,
would
which is
question what they're doing. They'll
Yeah,
stop
it would,
doing things that they believe is right to protect the city.
it will
And
just cause panic.
what do you think all those monsters are waiting for outside the wall?
Man, they're waiting for a moment of weakness from us.
Monsters
not.
just do. It's the humans that make victims become victims, hurt with hurt. Just remember
Which is
that.
why I was not suggesting announcing it to the public. I do not intend to cause mass panic. I was searching for a means of uh, getting us some help with the situation we have been put in. But now that I've been made aware that there's possibly a traitor in the guild, it seems we are left to fend for ourselves anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I speculated as much last month when I explained how corporations fiend for the good tidings of the guild, and clearly one of them is either sour in mind or they were convinced that this umbrella organization isn't actually out for the destruction of everyone.
But then why would they be unleashing these experimental monsters on Lacrimosa?
Maybe the traitor doesn't know that.
Oh, I'm
Candace,
sure they do by this
how
point.
many other organizations are there that are working under the guild?
I would say quite a few. The biggest of them being Celestine. But there's a lot of different organizations that work under the guild that do a lot of different things. For example, Maria Moon, she leads a rescue team, a rescue organization that whenever a flare is spotted out in the wastes, they go and they rescue them. Whatever traveler or person is out there, they save them.
Remind me to always carry a flare with me.
So there's a lot of possibilities for people
Yes.
who could be involved with that.
Yes, some are
Toby was
more.
only
Yeah, some are more on the equipment side of things, such as Celestine, who supply manatech to not only civilians but other guild members. Other organizations are more on the manpower side, which actually organize stuff like rescue missions and supply missions and scavenging and stuff like that. So there are several different groups that work under the guild. But
without a little more research, we don't really have a lot to go on still.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say when it comes to trusting people and giving out information, only the people in this room and working at Middle Tower are 100%.
I thought we might at least be able to trust Amber considering Candace's connection, but
But if
I think Amber.
If Amber immobilizes any aid, it would draw suspicion from
I mean,
I
still feel like talking wouldn't hurt. Like if we told Amber things, it would be the worst.
I think talking this over with Amber would be fine. I see I see little problem with that now that we have sort of talked things out, but revealing any more to the group as a whole, or to the guild as a whole, could be dangerous.
And what about on the other end of things, your connection at the bureau? Do you think they're someone that's trustworthy enough to know about these things, or should the bureau not be informed of recent developments?
I think the Bureau is best left out of this.
It was more of, can we trust the person in the bureau as well?
Oh,
Yes, I would trust them with my
hopefully.
life.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Trying to think of how we can prepare. We should prepare for a couple circumstances, one of which should be speculating a reaction on the 6 months or around, a reaction from the daughter. That might be some long lost fabled time that she'll awaken from her slumber, or something involving her in one way. Just worst case scenario, we should probably prepare around her. Other than that, I have nowhere to put myself in speculation for the months to come.
I mean, any name or image is something I could always look into without having to actually leave Middle Tower, but unfortunately, that's not a situation I can currently work with.
I think our biggest course of action, and this was the sort of closing note that I wanted to leave you all with, is with your hunts for this month. Keep an eye out and think about the monsters that are there and what is happening, because more than likely this month is not only a month of preparation for us in the guild, but also a month of preparation for whatever is to come next month. So, more than likely, the goings-ons of this month are going to have circumstances that bleed into next month. So, keep an eye out on your respective duties and just think about what is happening, and we need to make sure we are not getting played.
Another small note, I joked about it earlier, but unless, obviously, if your life is in danger, take whatever means you need to stay alive, but we should definitely prioritize property damage. Because last month was a little crazy.
Candace,
Yes.
is the three of us, are we allowed to go talk to that nation? I believe we can get answers.
If you think that you can, then by all means go. Simply be careful.
I can drive them all there and show them the way if they're so keen.
I can provide protection in case.
Might not be a terrible idea.
I would be grateful.
I also want to check out this corrupted mana.
Fortunately, that was all cleaned by James, correct?
At least a good portion of it was focused into the mana crystal. That
Did I ever get any more information off of that?
they have yet to reply to you.
The lab is still working on the results.
And of course, this is the one time that I break my glove.
We have two of them, right?
Yeah, but that means that one of my hands I can't use. And it'll hurt if I try to. And she holds up. She's wearing kind of like a tank top right now. One arm is like completely covered by up to her shoulder in the glove, and the other one is just
scarred. Like burn scars, electric scars. It is torn.
Yeah.
With that, let's adjourn today's meeting. And as I said before, keep an eye out and be careful. We'll meet up again before, hopefully before next month, and see if we figured out anything more by then.
You lift you kind of like try to signal for her attention. May I speak to you outside after this for a moment?
Yes, of course, Tristamine.
Okay. And he slouches back to his chair.
Sorry you got thrown into literally all of this after you just got hired.
All of it's gone over my head. Don't even worry about it.
You know,
Is that you? Is that you as the character or you as the player?
That's twisted, man. Like everything went over his head. It is he there was like 3 words in that entire conversation that he understood.
I mean that's at least as long as the player is, as long as you are aware, like.
Oh, I'm not, but I'm sure I can. I'm playing catch up. That's fine.
That's fine.
I'm doing full dive role playing. I don't understand. He doesn't understand. Great.
Great.
With that, please don't play tic-tac-toe on the Roll20.
What does that show?
We won't do it. Well, wait,
Yeah, it shows to everyone.
What's doing?
Oh my gosh.
This happened on the Lacrimosa, like, this happened on the
God, I wish that was me.
sheet last time.
Oh,
And
God.
it's happening on the. God damn it.
Anywho's it's
I'm checking out.
we
Make sure it's not
will
happening. Sheet.
let's start with Choiceamine and Candace, and then there's a few segments I definitely want to run. I'm starting to get hungry, so I don't want to go too terribly late. The ones I want to prioritize are that the trip down to the monster, trip down to the Smiling Snake facility. That, a quick session with Noah, the Mr. Sun and Red, the thing that they wanted to do, and the Choiceamine one. And I think if we have extra time after that, then I would be down for doing other stuff as well. But that is the stuff I want to prioritize. So
Makes sense.
Fair enough.
Fair.
So if you are not going to be participating in anything after this, thank you for being here, and I am excited to see you on the next hunt.
Yeah.
Did you want to do anything with the blog audio or no?
Yes. I will also play that now before I do the Choiceamine thing. So let me get that so I can play that for everybody. And of course, let me.
And also, Wallace would have handed like a paper version of a summary of the last month to all the present members. That would be akin to his regular blog, where he kind of just summarizes the month without really any of his personal feelings, other than a few.
Okay. I've got this here. Now I will. I guess the easiest way to do this is to stream this
Audio log.
over.
Fourth month at Middle Tower.
Please,
First
computer.
month in the outage. I've
Please.
decided to
My
start
computer is
using
not
my
strong and it's
personal
playing
audio
it.
logs to record findings.
Stop. Okay, there we go. Cool. I will stream this over to the Discord. See if we can jump in on that. And then I will mute and I will play it.
Audio log. 4th month at Middle Tower, 1st month in the outage. I've decided to start creating these personal audio logs to record findings and evidence and keep myself distracted with mysteries as I deal with the latest catastrophe of this month that will domino into the foreseeable future. Although I will be keeping this audio log for personal use, I have decided to maintain physical copies of what would be my regular blog as a summary for my fellow Middle Tower members. However, this audio log will be for myself and a backup plan in the event that my actions this month cause me to wind up dead or forced to leave, as I certainly have a target on my back now. This last month has been nothing short of catastrophic, to say the least. It started off with an extremely tense and heated group meeting discussing the findings of the previous month and M's own research into Mr. Sun's organization, Celestine. As soon as talk of Celestine began, Mr. Sun immediately became wary and checked for prying ears or eyes, which, lo and behold, a bug was planted outside the door for Celestine to listen in on our meeting. Mr. Sun and Candace attempted to be discreet about the situation, but M, in their extreme naivety, decided to blurt out our awareness of the situation and continued to disclose the information they had found on a part of Celestine they were not supposed to see. From there, a large argument ensued, and M was forced to leave the meeting after putting a big fat target on everyone in Middle Tower. Mr. Sun then explained the situation with his agency, informing us that his job was to defame Middle Tower so Celestine could remain prominent. He also noted that one orange-haired assassin, Miss Sun, was going to be hunting him. It turned out that due to the events of that meeting, their timeline was accelerated, so she began hunting everyone this month. Concluding this meeting with some cleanup with Mr. Sun, I decided to consult Jackie about some details concerning Red's situation. I did not really learn much I didn't already know, but it helped to be able to pick his brain about it while being vague with hypotheticals. Left with the option of dealing with Red's situation and looking into why Steele suddenly disappeared, I decided I would fear the worst and pursue the more dire situation. The first hunt of this month was an interesting one, taking place in Meat Valley with the investigating team of Mr. Sun, Ash, and James. This was not a location we had investigated previously in Middle Tower, so it was intriguing to see what the retired hunters up there were unable to deal with. While investigating, the group happened upon a soon-to-be new member known as Choisamine, who frequents the area as a monster hunter. The team was looking into the missing retired hunter known as Lewis Wilkins, who was attacked near his property. What the team found was surprising: a nest of Titan ants using Meat Valley as a hunting ground and a barnyard as a nest. These ants are native to the wastes closer to Heliosphere, so while unusual, it keeps with the trend of monsters from outside of Lacrimosa popping up. These ants use a carapace made of mucus to dull blows and deflect shots until it takes a significant enough impact to break. They also have a hierarchy system in the nest. Soldiers leave the nest to hunt for food, workers stay in the nest to construct it, and the queen stays in the nest to pump out offspring. Occasionally, these nests will also have a princess who's 3 to 4 times the size of regular ants and has wings. These princesses are extremely aggressive to be able to take over other colonies and establish themselves as capable of being the queen. These ants also build nests in abandoned buildings rather than burrowing underground. Fortunately, the nest that was built in an old barn was being protected by a princess the group had to subdue. Ultimately, they were able to fumigate the barn using the exhaust of a tractor in Mr. Sun's truck. This did not come without the complication of Miss Sun trying to kill them during the fumigation process, on top of some other things. She was able to be staved off, but Mr. Sun and Choisamine were both injured in the process. Fortunately, this also meant she was bound to show up again. The second hunt was the catalyst for the events of this month. I had been looking into where Steele could have gone before he disappeared, and I ended up looking around the Hall of Water. I unfortunately found signs that he had been there and was likely investigating the power plant. The biggest indicator was the enraged Cairo prowling around the area in search of something. He then began his attack by breaking into the hall and absorbing the large mana crystal in the center. I immediately called Middle Tower and tried to deal with the situation with the help of M and Z. While we attempted to calm him down by sapping the extra mana flowing off of him in wisps, we were attacked by one Miss Sun yet again. Entrusting the calming of Cairo to M and Z, who were both much better equipped for the job than I ran to the Hall of Water to investigate the power plant further to look for any indication of how to calm down Cairo and find where Steel went. With the help of a friend from Public Records, I was able to make it to the 7th floor in the midst of the evacuation of the plant. Up there, I found a report detailing that someone had found a way to extract mana from some sort of being as a source of power. Additionally, I found a report that Steel had infiltrated up to this floor as well, but he was captured and killed by whoever was in charge of the power plant. Devastated by the news of the worst coming true, and with no way to progress to the 8th floor, he began to return to Cairo, who had been egged on by Z to destroy the temple, apparently. I met Z on the way down and entrusted them to do whatever it was they were investigating as I tried to deal with the bigger problem they had created. I didn't get too far down before I heard gunshots ring out above me. Once again, trusting Z's word that M was handling the situation with Cairo, I decided to run back up to the more immediate danger. When I got there, I saw the 7th floor on fire, with Miss Sun and Z fighting. Seeing no other good way out, I decided to act in self-defense, and ended up killing Miss Sun, although not at great cost to Z, who nearly died. Fortunately, I was not able to fully recover from what I had done before Z began disemboweling Miss Sun to see if she had killed Steel. I assisted them back to Middle Tower to get immediate medical attention, and rushed back to a horrific scene. The crumbling Hall of Water now had a hole in its ceiling, with a giant purple and blue magic coming out, a loud sizzling sound coming from the dome, and a whimpering Cairo looking up at it. Seeing no other choice but to try to help, I had Cairo take me up to the scene, where I saw M doing God knows what up there. Praying that my intuition was correct, I signaled to M to turn off the valves to dissipate the mana before the glass dome exploded. Within the dome was a chained-up figure who we would soon discover was the battery for the city, as there was an immediate citywide outage. This figure also happened to be the Daughter of Water, the creator of our city. Before the entire upper half of the temple crumbled, M was able to communicate to Cairo to get the three of us out. Rushing back to Middle Tower with a calmed-down Cairo and an unconscious daughter, we explained the catastrophic situation to Candace, who was also not having a good day dealing with the aftermath of our hunt. I would say on paper, this hunt was successful in ways we did not expect, but it also created new problems with how to deal with the unconscious daughter and explain why Middle Tower allowed a large monster to attack the temple. Additionally, the question of who was responsible for putting her there arose, as we likely now had to deal with the aftermath of ruining their setup. The final hunt of the month was significantly less eventful, but it was still intriguing. This one took place in an unfortunately recurring location of Night Knot, looking into the death of Carrie Smith in a bike garage. The investigating team of Noah, Enlil, Red, and Lil Willie began looking around the area for any clue of what killed her, but this time with the added difficulty of investigating during a power outage. Lil Willie was approached by a supposed hoverboarding buddy of his, who was accompanied by someone he did not recognize. Unfortunately, as he was lured into a building, he was attacked by the two, who turned into a pair of grotesque gray monsters. One of them was on all fours with a frowning face, with an insect-like body that let out a piercing scream to attack. The other was a bipedal, with one forearm with a red spike at the end of it. This pair of monsters was not in any records at Middle Tower or the Guild, but it was later discovered they were marked with an umbrella symbol previously seen on the glass eye, which means it is likely another lab creation by whatever group is experimenting on monsters. My current guess is Celestine in conjunction with some powerful mage or monster capable of teleporting, but I hope whatever the investigation team did this month sheds light on this. I still have no leads onto this Terry Lee that we investigated previously, but hopefully something comes of that soon. The group theorized that the pair of creatures used auditory and visual hallucinations, with one focusing on audio and the other on visual. It was somehow able to draw on the memories or senses of a targeted person. which is a similar trend to the glass eye, using people's memories to find victims. In order to combat the creature, the two had been to be separated to break the illusion. The group was successfully able to mitigate the victims and kill both of the monsters. I look forward to getting a good lead on this mystery before it gets too out of hand and more people fall victim. With the conclusion of this month, I am left with a great deal of emotions. Some I have not experienced, and others are familiar. I have decided to spend as much time as I can within the safety of my home, turning it into a haven of sorts. This should allow me to mitigate any risk to my life, as a large target is certainly on my back, both from the actions of Middle Tower and my own killing of Miss Sun. I'm ridden with constant thoughts of that gruesome scene, shaken by what I've done with my own hands, even if it was necessary to survive. The death of Steele has also upset me, both upset and saddened, and I may have a close friend from the past work help out as I deal with several problems bombarding me, both personal and Middle Tower related. But anyway, I hope this next month offers a way to deal with the massive issues we have been dealt, but I cannot say I'm currently optimistic about my situation.
Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Well, let's snag Choiceamine first, and we will go from there. So I will jump up to a recording. Just after the meeting adjourns and everybody starts going their own ways, Candace steps into one of the side rooms with you, Choiceamine, and asks, "What's up?"
I know I'm new, and I have not yet built a net of rapport with you of any kind. So I understand how should I say, I understand if it did not inspire confidence by asking this question so soon, but would it be possible for me to see the Daughter of Water?
Yeah, that should be fine. I can walk you up there if you need.
Yeah, it's completely fine. Obviously did watch me while I am there, since I am not a trusted member yet, but it is something I need to do.
Well, that's fine with me. You already know about it, so I don't see the harm in seeing her. And sort of sensing your urgency, Candace leads you out and upstairs to the medical bay. And brings you to the farthest bed on the right, where Cairo is curled up at the foot of the bed, and you see the Daughter of Water.
Choice, I mean, if his bat was anywhere on him, he'd put it at the door to the room, because he obviously understands there is a creature that he is not familiar with at her feet. 'Cause I assume I don't very well know what Cairo looks like, but I don't think it's your normal run-of-the-mill dog.
Cairo looks like. Let me get you a quick picture, real quick. Oh, that was not the thing that I was looking for. Where did? It's a little bit farther up. Somebody, Dragon, just recently linked up to it. Let me snag this picture for you. I will recopy it in player backgrounds and pictures. That is what Cairo looks like.
Just dog.
Just dog with sort of a few wisps of just like the sort of light blue tealish just mana sort of coming off of him, but sort of like a somewhat ghostly looking version of this dog.
Tissame, not having something to fiddle with in his hands, he lowers his head a bit and kind of threads his fingers into his hair and just laps to himself very low for speaking. He says, "You, it's my whole life. All I've known is it's your fault. It's you." His voice starts. You're the reason You're the reason I'm like this. You're the reason I'm a freak. You kind of look at your arm that like the Titan ant bit into, already fully healed at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm my mother. She sits in her home and she can't do anything because of you. I have to have people take care of her. I don't want anything to happen, but it's you. You're he chokes a little. You're the I can't live my life because of you. Why did you pick me? Why am I like this?
Choice, I mean, are you okay?
He turns his head away from Candace to hide the tears. My whole life, I had to drop out of school when I was 13 because of you. My father, it's him. He wasn't the same. My mother wasn't the same. And the male, you said somebody. You made. I don't. You were. I don't know what happened, but you caused that. He he looks at the dog. Am I like him? Am I just like something for you to use? What is the point? Am I even still bound to you? Was I picked to free you? Am I done? Can I go home? I had to live my whole half of my life with this thing, and you point to the bat, just reminding me constantly I can't live a normal life because of you. And now you're here. You can't I bet you don't even hear me. I have to live my life as some sort of creature slayer. I can't work a normal job. The severity of the situation I can't clerk a door or whatever. What if something happens? What if you've already done so much to my life? What if you ruin it more? You fall silent for a little bit and try to collect yourself.
Choice, I mean, I I don't exactly know what this is about, but I just want you to know that a lot of the people here here at Middle Tower have, I guess, gone through something at least. I'm somewhat similar to what you have gone through. And of course, not exactly your circumstances, but we're all here because of unknown circumstances.
That's the problem. I know why I'm here. I'm here because of her. But she can't even speak to me. I can't know, like, can I can't, I don't. All of my life, I've lived knowing every single day my mother would tell me she chose me. That's one of the only things she could say. The second I was born, she changed. And I don't ever, I will never know what it's like to have parents. I lived 13 years of my life with two, and I barely spoke to them. My father looked at me and he thought, "This is your fault." But it wasn't. I convinced myself it was, and it really wasn't. It was her. But she can't even tell me why. I can I could probably like I nothing. I Those people in that room were talking about, like, maybe they could talk to her. I How? I every now and then I get these fucking visions, man. You kind of you grip you grip some article of your own clothing and kind of forcefully, like, grab onto it. I don't. She set me there. That she's the reason I was there, but she's brought me here. But why? Does she want me to do something? Should I is there's like why isn't she telling me now? Why can't she just show me what she wants so I can try to live the rest of my life in peace?
I don't know what to tell you, Choice. I mean, until she wakes up, I don't think you're going to get any of these questions you have answered. The best thing that you can do is simply, I guess, stick with us until we can get her to wake up, because we all have questions for her. You more than all of us, from the looks of it. But maybe what you were set to do isn't just finding or saving her. Maybe it is something else. If she is the reason for all of this, maybe something else was your, I don't know, fate, destiny.
You would immediately you get angry at the, like, you visibly your mouth kind of shifts at the word fate. And you try to keep yourself in check as you're being spoken to.
And Candace picking up on this, like, I can't talk too much on your situation, but I'm sure whatever it is, I'm sure answers will crop up eventually. I mean, they have to, right? And Candace, as she is trying to keep her cool, is actively starting to lose it while talking to you.
The choice of man will turn away to try to let her maintain her dignity, and will, for a moment, kind of reach out and try to touch the arm of the Daughter of Water. Please, I just want to go back home. I've never wanted this. I just want to be normal. Please, just wake up. You look at Cairo. I don't know if those people down there are right. If you can understand a single thing I'm saying, please tell her to give me a fucking sign. I don't want to live like this anymore.
Cairo, from his curled up position, looks up to you and what is your weird score? Out of curiosity.
Let me go check. What are you doing? -1.
-1, okay. He looks into your eyes and you get a feeling, but you can't really place it. There's no actual sound that crops up in your head. It's almost like it's just white noise. Like you just feel white noise in your head as you make eye contact with Cairo. And then Cairo sort of blinks and just gives the slightest sign of like shaking his head.
Jason turn back to Candace and just thank you. I'm sorry for causing such a scene. I that's not very good for a first impression, but I hope I can still try to maintain some sort of professionality as I work alongside you.
You're fine, and I promise if anything crops up with the daughter, you will be the first to know.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, you'll take the initiative to leave the room, and you'll grab your bat and kind of hold it in front of you for a second before leaving the room.
And with that, we will jump over to another person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you grab? Oh. I was going to say, could you grab early and red?
All right, I will.
Oh, man.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't even know if you read my DMs. They were a while ago.
I probably read them. There's a definite possibility that I did not answer them. Was it the one about class changing stuff?
Yes.
Okay. On that
Which
note,
might not be the case because there's a couple directions this could go.
Yeah. On that note, I would be fine with it. However, your playbook would not be officially named the Crooked because, as I mentioned before, I don't want to overlap playbooks because they're supposed to like represent the sort of different character archetypes. So having two Crookeds would be like
Did not know
not
there
good.
was already a Crooked.
But because you were choosing a bunch of different stuff from the other Crooked, I like your characters are still very different, so I would reword it as the ex-professional. So, which would be very fitting. So,
yes.
And you'd still be able to change out your moves for those moves. And we'd discuss the logistics of it if you ended up doing that, but
Alternatively,
Yeah.
it could not change depending on how things go.
Possibly. Welcome,
Hello.
Red.
Hello.
So, how does this situation start? How does this conversation start? Or where are we dropping, boys?
This is probably a later at night kind of thing. Probably
Yeah.
even after the meeting and after driving down, assuming Mr. Sun doesn't get murdered underground somehow. Magicians.
Yeah,
He'll come back.
after the drive and all of that.
Yes.
Okay.
He'll come back and just give a knock on Red's door at Middle Tower. So, followed by a rattle at her door. Mr. Sun will ask, Red, may I come in?
Yeah, come in.
He does so, coffee in hand. So, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about. And after
Me too.
hearing... Oh, interesting. Well, after hearing Wallace's report and having a firmer understanding on what happened last month, it's no longer something I'm able to ignore. And I do feel that I will... It's not so much that I need your help, but it is my responsibility to include you in this. Though I am interested, what is it that you wish to speak
Your
about?
responsibility. No matter. This is the longest time that I've been without something to feast with. And it's been really hard.
That that may actually work in our benefit.
I can feel her gnawing at me. You know, when earlier tonight, when they were talking, everyone was talking about people that they lost, people who died. I didn't feel a thing. It scares me.
Even that side of you will have a crucial role to play in your life. And I hope I do not offend you when I come to you saying I need to borrow that side of you.
What? For what? Why would you ever want that?
We need to return to Celestine headquarters. For one final time, I feel as a professional I need to turn in some sort of notice that I will no longer be conducting my business with them. And they need to permanently stay out of my business. And with me not there, obviously you, a monster in the walls, are not safe either. There's no way that I can guarantee your safety. But quite literally, we can kill two birds with one stone. There are a few members of the head of Celestine that we might be able to convince in one way to meet us in a location of our choosing, or even Celestine headquarters themselves. We have the tools here at Middle Tower, and you, of course, well, other you, would be very good at convincing an audience, as well as nourishment.
That is a lot to say.
Lacrimosa has done a really good job creating a line for me in my industry of good and evil. And it has always been my opinion that good were the citizens of Lacrimosa, and evil were the monsters that wanted to kill those within. But over the years and most recent incidents with you involved, I have come to the conclusion that people can be a lot worse than monsters, to the point where they can even make them, apparently. So I do not see this idea as evil. I see this as necessary. If you do not wish to come with me, I do intend on settling my own history. But I, again, felt it was my responsibility to include you, to make sure all loose ends were tied. And now that I know you are suffering so, I think both of you can benefit from this closure.
Her Red's expression like darkens and she calms down. Monsters only do. We're not responsible for anything. Humans are the ones who hurt other humans. They're the ones who led us here. And you know that very well.
Well, I brought you here, didn't I? Of course I would.
And then her expression just lines back up, like, I trust you, Mr. Sun. I don't know everything that goes in your head. And I don't feel like I need to. I trust you. If you think it's good, then I'll come. I just hope you know what you're doing. And
Me too.
I don't understand everything. But if you think this is the thing to do, then I'll believe in you.
I appreciate that, Red. And to be totally honest, I think having you come with me would be a good anchor to maybe keep myself from doing anything too rash. Because, like everybody here in Middle Tower, I do trust, even knowing that a part of you sees me as dinner. I do trust you. And I know we have a mutual understanding. But over the past while, I think things have changed a little bit. Or I like to believe so. Anyway, I will get together the plan, and I of course have to involve Ellie a little bit. But I hope you understand when I say I want this to be the last secret that I wish to keep from Middle Tower.
I've never, ever divulged anything you've wanted to keep secret. I don't understand why you've put so much time to helping Mill Tower, or why you even helped me, but I trust you. And no word will come out of this from me.
Well, I already knew that, but it's reassuring to hear. And I'll come knocking soon enough. Do you have any questions about this? Any concerns?
Any concerns I would have would be brought up by you. So none.
Very well. Then until I come knocking again, you have a good night, Red.
Good night.
With that, he heads off to formulate an assassination.
Oh boy.
Wow. I did not. I
I'm
did not see this
excited.
coming.
I'm excited for this to pan out. Do you want to have that talk with Ellie?
Yeah, it's pretty much just gonna be asking her how good of a bomb she can make.
Okay.
But yeah.
Cool. Let's run that real quick because I don't imagine that taking too terribly long. And then the next thing after this will be probably Noah's thing, and then the last thing will be the group of 3 or 4 now. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Bye.
So it's would you say like the day after or that same night going down to
No,
Ellie's
he's not
office?
gonna with her late at night like that.
Okay.
He still has to like draft the plan, figure out the best way to do this. But there's a couple good ways that I have already thought of that I need to run through her.
Okay.
So earlier in the next morning, before too many people would start prying or popping into the engineer's lab, Mr. Sun will do a trip, 2 coffees in hand, and bring one for Ellie, and a knock upon her door.
You hear like the buzzing of something inside, like a saw. And you do not get an immediate response.
Okay, well, he's just gonna let himself in then.
You see her currently like forearm deep in the one of the sensory mimics, and she has a bone saw and is tearing into this thing. And she like blood on goggles and a good portion of her actually, she looks over at the door and just pulls down, like turns off the bone saw and pulls down her mask, and it's just like, oh, Mr. Sun, how can I help you?
Brought you some coffee, and whew, what a grisly scene. Goodness.
Let's give me a quick second here to clean myself up and tidy up a little bit, and then I will be right with you.
Oh, please do. Yeah, I'm gonna not look at your work for a minute.
Yeah. If you I will meet you in one of the side rooms in the lobby. That should be a fairly good place to talk.
And he heads there.
After Ellie goes upstairs and takes a very quick shower and puts on some slightly nicer clothes and comes down and pops into the side room, and it's like, and I'm done. She still has wet hair and a towel around her neck, and sits down in one of the chairs and leans back. So, what's up?
Well, sorry to keep coming to you for work-related stuff, but I know during the last month even we were working on reconfiguring some of my grenades, and even this following month we were working on that. But I have a more interesting question, maybe even a challenge at this point at your engineering capability, but without asking any questions. How good of a bomb could you make?
You see Ellie's mouth open, like she is about to immediately ask a question, and then she closes it and sort of rubs her chin a little bit and tilts her head. I bet you I could make a pretty damn good bomb. I'd have to know the purpose, though. You know, not all glove fits all.
Right. And of course, to make sure, if one is using a bomb, they would want to use it in a safe way, not to overkill what they're using it for.
Please don't use a bomb in a safe way.
Well,
this is a disclaimer.
Yes.
You're saying.
Just to make sure it's not overkill for the objective at hand, but if I were to leave you some like dimensions of a building, could you trust me to properly handle that and try not to put too much thought into why you're making it?
Mr. Sun, as much as I would love to make a highly explosive device for you to put in some building that is more than likely Celestine, yes, I'm brighter than I know, or I'm brighter than you may think. I'm not sure. Yes, I could. There is no doubt in my mind that I can do this, but
yeah, I know you're smart enough to know, especially with me being so obvious about it. There are some loose ends and some things that I deem unforgivable that they have done. And I decided to go get some information before turning in my notice, per se.
I more than certainly agree, but oh, hi, Luna. I'm not sure if I don't know the best way to put this, but I'm not sure how much more of a problem they are. Yes, I agree that they have done unspeakable deeds, and I'm sure they have done a lot more than I personally know about at this point, but is, for lack of a better word, terrorism within the city supposed to solve anything? And on top of that, if this gets traced back to Middle Tower, then this whole place gets dismantled. We discussed that in the meeting, like day before yesterday. We cannot afford another building collapse on our part, and if you are even spotted, and this gets back to the guild of Middle Tower demolishing another building, especially one as important to the city as Celestine, because as much as I also hate the things that I have heard that they have done, they are integral part of our society right now. I'm not sure when you'd be planning on doing this, but
if antagonized.
Yeah, of course. I think it would be a good idea to, I guess, wait and see. I am with you on the idea of if antagonized, because then we can do it out of self-defense. Then we have more than just cause to be able to do that, because right now we're in a little bit of a dance with Celestine, a little bit of a back and forth. Yes, Miss Sun tried to attack us in the Temple of Water, but our hunters shouldn't have been there in the first place. Yes, we killed Miss Sun in self-defense, but that does not mean that it was, I guess, the correct thing to do, quote-unquote, in the public's eyes. We're in a situation that if either us or Celestine reveals any information about what has happened over the last few months, both of us are irreversibly screwed. And I'm not Candace. I'm no bookkeeper. I'm no diplomat, but even I can spot that.
There is an alternative reason that I wanted to go there. I'm typically not one to get so emotional enough to have, I guess, sense of vendetta. But there's another person that I know could benefit from the journey. The closure, I suppose. But I am glad I had your counsel on this. And you have given me a lot to consider. It is something that, not now, but I would hate, absolutely hate myself if anybody else got injured or lost a hand for that matter because things weren't taken care of, things weren't cleaned up. But,
well, as of now, I can. Here's what I'll say. I'll whip something up for you. I'll make something for the job. If push comes to shove, we'll go through with it. We'll call it I don't know, plan D, plan C, something definitely not A or B. This is a backup for if push comes to shove. Other than that, Candace came up empty for having any sort of conversation with Jessica Green. I wonder if, and this is just me spitballing, but I wonder if you or Red, or both of you, would have a better chance at maybe getting some information out of Miss Green. Or actually probably not her brother from the sounds of it, but
he doesn't know anything.
Yeah.
In that case, what I originally came here as Plan B, if we are to reach out to them, what with the lack in power and everything like that, we'd have to do so pretty directly. Could we borrow the chameleon suit?
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I hope things go smoothly and without any sense of violence.
And same to you.
Good luck with your, incredible violence and buzzsaw. Sorry for making you have to go clean up.
Oh, it's fine. I've already showered for the day. I think I am going to take a smidgen of a break. I'm not one to work myself to the bone like a certain pair of sisters around here. I am a little bit more laid back than that.
Fair enough. In that case, have fun, I don't know, brainstorming Plan D or whatever it was. You take care.
You too, Mr. Sun. And the two of you part ways?
Yep.
Perfect. Can you grab Noah real quick?
Hello.
Hello.
How goes?
Hold on. Okay, perfect.
Also,
so you wanted to run... before?
Before we start, I didn't get the question above the thing about the pendant. answered.
Like what sort of shape
Like
does
what sort of currency does Lacrimosa run off of? Is it like bills or is it like electric?
We've talked largely about things having sort of equivalent value attached to them. It is
right. It's like
mostly a bartering system. So that's why it's called supply. It is
that makes sense.
literally how much like food and other resources you own.
So that being said, what would this cash look like?
I would say more than likely it would be like the will, if you are willing to somehow map that into like your backstory. If it is something that you stashed, then it is hard for me to say. It probably several valuables that you could barter with on the market.
Just like all of the trinkets and curios that I didn't end up selling and just kept around.
Yeah.
Like I know, I know we're in a tight spot. I could cobble up all of the things that I have obtained in the past that I haven't ditched already. And probably get a fairly decent. Okay, cool. Got it. Just making sure that I didn't go off assuming things and then say something that wouldn't be canon before we go into it.
Hold on.
Got it. All
right. So you wanted to have a conversation with Candace. Okay.
Miss Everbrett.
Okay. Would you say that this is like the same night of the meeting?
Yeah. The timing didn't really work super well. I was gonna try and catch her on the way out of the meeting, but other people jumped ahead of me, so.
Yeah. You catch her coming back down to the desk after Choiceamine leaves. Both of them come down from upstairs and
sitting in the lobby or something. Waiting patiently.
Sorry, I have made a mistake.
Oops.
We had a conversation before about how general skills and that stuff works on a previous month. And then I
the XP stuff.
Yeah, I corrected how it was supposed to work, and then we never
updated the sheet.
Yeah. So
checks out.
Anywho's it's
Cool.
Candace comes down and sees you waiting, and it's like, oh, hey Noah, you're still here?
Yeah, I had something I wanted to talk to you about. Do you mind? Do you have time?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I had a conversation with Choiceamine that took me a little by surprise. It's no big deal. What do you need to talk about?
So I had two questions. Well, one question and a offer. So I know we've been in a rough spot, this middle tower, recently due to the power outages and the property damage and all of that. And I was wondering if I could help out in any way. I have a couple of items that I've been collecting over the last few years, and I could probably round up a few things and maybe get some supply if it would help.
Yeah, if that's the case, that would be outstanding.
Now, the other question that I had was, I was wondering about, may I ask you a personal question?
Only if you want a personal answer.
Fair enough. That is very fair. I was wondering about that pendant you're wearing.
Oh, this?
Yeah, it's very curious, and I was just wondering about what the history behind it was.
I don't know too much about it, but it is something I inherited from my mom back when I got to talk to her more, I guess is the best way to put it. This and the rest of the armor and my weapon of choice was all inherited by her.
Interesting. Thank you very much. I'll try and scrape together what I can, and probably by next week or so I should have some things together. There's a lot to find. I'm pretty sure I know where most of it is, but I'll get back to you on that.
Perfect. So, thank you so much, Noah.
You guys
I appreciate
have
it.
done so much for me already, and I just need to return the favor.
I'm humbled that you feel indebted to us after what we put you guys through month by month, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll give us nod and head up to my room.
Okay.
And I have plans.
Are those plans you want to wait to enact?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I want to wait for probably either. I think it's going to end up being a pre-group session from next month.
That works perfect for me.
Yeah, because I have, ideally I get one level up between now and then because I have some plans.
Okay. Perfect. So I guess we'll play with that then. Can you go down and get the group that was going to reinvestigate the
that investigation team?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. All right. See ya.
I am back.
We have arrived.
Welcome. So, the four of you, and we'll say this is probably the night after, the night after the meeting. You guys head out. Mr. Sun drives you over to the wall between the Ridge and Night Knot, and you guys end up in that area that is more recently rebuilt and renovated compared to all of the surrounding buildings. It all just looks a little bit newer because it was burned down 10 years ago or so. And Mr. Sun leads you to the dumpster, which, curious enough, when you get there, you see that the dumpster is already rolled out of the way.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
I check the manhole.
The manhole is still there, but the dumpster was moved.
Is there something wrong?
Maybe. One at a time, he pulls out his flashlight and starts making his way down the ladder after removing the manhole.
Ash will follow.
Follows.
I'll follow with it.
Going into the sewers, you all see the fake wall to your left again, and then the continuation of the sewers off to your right, and you get to where you can see the hidden stone door is slightly ajar. Already open enough that somebody could fit in.
Did you guys not leave this like this?
This is me we're talking about. There's no way. He pulls
Yeah,
out
like
his
I-
gun and leads the way forward.
I trust
Stone door? What does
trusted
this door
James
look
and
like?
Somebody else has come here since we were last year.
What did you ask, C?
What
did you say?
What does this stone door look like? Just
It usually lays flat against the wall and is hidden and opens with a mechanism, although that mechanism is deteriorated over the years. So it had to have been pushed open.
Ash is going to lick her wrist and hold out her hand and try to see if she can hold a little bit of a ball of fire as kind of a flashlight.
As you guys go down the stairs that are on the other side of that door, you get that scent of charcoal and rot as you step down, and you can see the layer of just burnt dust covering all of the walls, the floor, just everything. Z, of course, this place looks familiar to you as you walk the halls, although you, of course, never came back after escaping it in the first place. You get to a central room where it splits off into 3 hallways, and Mr. Sun, you would know that the way to the right is where that creature was.
Making sure that there's no, because there was a lot of dust. Does it look like there's a lot of drag marks on the ground?
Read a bad situation.
You got this.
Do
Only dubs. Only dubs.
It's a sharp roll. You might be okay.
Only dubs.
Oh wait, I think I might have the thing that. I might be able to use when you use read a bad situation. You roll cool instead of sharp. Okay, perfect.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Only dubs.
Submit. Nice.
Ooh.
Let's go.
You get 3 questions. What would you like to ask?
All right. Now look at the list.
Are there any dangers? Is always a good one.
Yeah. Are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
You do see you see the footprints that, of course, you and James and little Willie left before, but you see another pair that went into the side, that right hallway, and more curiously, you see just one big drag mark that came up along the side of the wall.
So if I was to assume, I would say, well, let's go look ourselves. Mr. Sun's gonna curse under his breath and lead the way.
That can only mean good things. God damn it.
You guys continue down the hall and find the offshoot that leads to the rows of what look like prison cells. And you can follow the skid marks, and they lead all the way back into here. You go down the ladder to investigate the cell that had that creature in it, and the cell is open. In fact, not just open, but it looks like the bars have been pried open.
Was the creature... I'll look at something. Was the creature capable of prying the bars open when you saw it last?
If it had been so, I imagine it would have done so anytime within the years, but maybe it had finally reached a point frailty in the bars, or maybe maybe that pizza Lil Willie gave him the strength.
Hello, Willie, feed the monster pizza.
Pocket.
Are you kidding me? Okay. Of course he did. Of course he did.
I could try to see what happened.
You would know that by this point, I mean, you could see it in the creature before, that the strength that it got from eating before had worn off. Like, around the time you guys left, it was back in the state that it was in before.
Could I do what's the best way out? But for the cell, like, was this broken into or out
of? It looks out of.
Okay, so this thing got itself out of the cell.
I mean, do you want me to try to see if it was like because it saw a threat, or do you like I could attempt to see what happened here?
You can also see that other I will give you this. You can also see that other pair of footprints made it all the way to here as well.
Go ahead. What happened, Graham?
Yeah, I mean, I will attempt to use magic to see another time. Making sure I don't have another ability that, the new ability I got doesn't apply there. Here's hoping. All right.
Yeah.
Big. It's hard to tell. You see a figure climb down the ladder and walk over to the cell. Something is handed through the cell bars to one of the hands. The hand brings whatever that is back. And then you can't hear anything from this vision, but you see the head that is sitting on top of this pile of what looks like flesh in the corner of that cell. The head rears back, and you see like a little bit of rubble fall from the ceiling, and a little bit of that dust as the sound rings out across the room, and its 6 arms shoot forward and pry open the cell. And it leaves.
And there's no distinguishing features about the person who handed this to them?
It's hard to tell. There is nothing that you can tell. It is like there is a silhouette.
All right. Yeah, I mean, from what I can tell, it's just someone, like, not much was learned. Like, someone came here, gave the creature something that seemed to make it enhanced, and it was able to kind of shoot out its arms, rip open the bars. I couldn't get a clear look of who it was, though, that gave it to them, but someone clearly, I mean, as we can tell from things being open, someone clearly knew about this place. From what we were describing, and also like from what Sun would remember, was the opening for the secret door that was like slightly open. Is it big enough for the creature to get out, or just a person?
Just a person.
So the creatures might still be around here somewhere. Because yeah, from the vision, it doesn't seem like it would have been big enough to get out the door that we came through. So perhaps it went down one of the other hallways.
Why would they want it to move?
Mr. Sun, do you have something on this matter?
You do have one last hold.
I don't know how to use it though.
I could always give my input, but I don't know.
Yeah. So based off of what you found, was this led out to join somebody else?
It from what I saw, it appeared like the person gave it something intentionally to get it out, then it just left without the person, from what I saw.
I mean,
they were here to free it, but do the footprints continue past the cell we're at?
No.
So they stop here.
Wait a minute. I
It's
think
her,
I have
isn't
an
it?
idea.
I think they teleported.
Does it? Yep.
I think she
Yep.
did too.
Yep.
It's her.
Of course they did.
But why would she come back after all this time?
Probably she was notified that this place was found by one of the guild members after Candace's visit. And remembering a loose end, she came to antagonize a new problem that we should likely expect having to deal with in the foreseeable future.
I mean, assuming that it's out there, like out in the world. Again, I don't think it was able to make it through the door that we entered through. And would a creature, like, with the state it was in, would it even, like, return the manhole cover? Like, that part is, like, I don't think it would have went out that way. If it did get that far. So I think it's still down here somewhere.
There's another door. There's another door.
There's another door. Should we go check that door?
It leads out of the city. Or no. That door leads... Oh, shoot.
Should we go check the door?
Where is the other door and where does it lead to?
Follow me. It leads
Lead the
to
way.
through the middle of the hall. It's the middle path that we didn't take. And it leads to... Well, the city of Lacrimosa.
It leads into the city?
Leads
Yes.
into the city.
Yes, of course.
What you remember, Mr. Sun, the one door led into Night Knot, the other led into the Ridge.
We're gonna go to the Ridge.
Yeah.
So that was the middle door. The middle path.
Yep. You guys book it back to that central room and head down that middle path. And when you get to the end of it, there is a staircase up, and you see a door that has been blown off its hinges.
Of course.
Oh no. Uh, hmm. Um, okay. Um, hmm.
Let's stay calm, shall we?
Well, this was unexpected. But I guess now that Candace has confirmed as much that somebody in the guild has access to our public records, this shouldn't be that big a surprise.
Not, but the fact that they came back.
We might actually be able to use this to our advantage. Interesting.
It's hard to hide something that blows a door off its hinges and has 6 arms and is just a mound of flesh with a head.
No, my apologies. Not that. This is something we're just gonna have to deal with as per norm.
I mean, we might be able to stop depending on how far it got. We might be able to get it before it causes harm to anyone.
We don't know how long ago.
I mean, probably within the week, right?
I could try to find where it is and make it come to us instead of running rampant in the city.
Mr. Sun is gonna follow through the door and just kind of see where this leads out as far as into the city.
Looking around, you can see that this leads. There is a hill in the middle of the ridge, with a small little tunnel in the midst of it that sort of goes through the middle of it. It looked like it used to be used as like a little mine before, but it has long since been discontinued. And this leads sort of into that mine, and going up to the surface, you step out and you see that you are in the middle of the ridge.
I see.
And if you can find it.
I mean, I've seen it in a vision now, and it's been described a few times, so I could attempt to locate it.
Roll plus weird.
Hold one, I believe.
Yes. Yes, and I will have something to add to that. But what question do you want to ask, first of all?
Am I able to confer with the others about this, or?
This is you actively tuning into it. What question would you like to ask?
I'm going to attempt to find where it is.
You immediately get feedback in your head upon trying to speak to this thing's mind, and it sounds like a collection of voices, like a lot of voices, and they're all saying different things. Some of them are saying find more, some are saying help. The hint that you get as to where it is as you are tuned in is a voice that says, let me back in.
I'm gonna stumble for a little bit again. So as you guys kind of alluded to, this thing, James is right. Not really good trying to go into its mind. It has multiple voices going on in its head. Um, some asking to be helped, some asking to, it, I assume, make it bigger because they said to find more. I can't. It's hard to even locate where it is. It's just like it wants to go back is all it was said. So I assume whatever was given to this creature, it like it wasn't willfully trying to escape. It's probably under the influence of something.
Wait, I want to go. It said I want to go back.
Yes.
It was a person in Lacrimosa. Like,
Yeah, I
if
don't
these
know.
were real people, then they want to go back into Lacrimosa. We're outside the walls right now in the ridge. It's
That's
probably near the
weird.
wall right now.
Son, did you guys think this was Terry or just someone else?
I'm under the assumption it's a few people.
Okay. But do you
What
think
the
Terry
voices
was
sound
one?
like?
I have no way of determining that to be true or not.
Okay.
What did the voices sound like?
What do you mean? Like
Like
they sounded confused and like some scared.
identifying features?
None that there was a lot of voices. I couldn't really pinpoint specific things because they were all speaking over each other.
See? Are you possibly asking if
No.
any of them are
Stop.
children? Okay.
Say any more.
Okay. If it's at the wall right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the wall, like going to the wall, is a good bet.
Because we have no way to contact Candace or anybody else right now. Remotely.
Give me more.
Mm-hmm.
That's worrisome.
More, let me in. I have to. We should probably go and see if we can find it at the wall.
Let's go.
Very well.
You guys head over towards the wall and you see no sign of it.
Let me in. Do you think it... Wait.
Oh, what's the best way in? No, because I don't know what.
What?
It being later at night for this particular sort of investigative period, it is thought to be best to probably recuperate and regroup and inform Middle Tower of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
I could take one look.
I mean, by all means, I don't see the harm in it.
If whatever you do doesn't bear any fruit, we have to call it here. It's getting a little too dark and we're outside the walls. We should return the way we came.
Because this isn't an actual hunt, I'm not going to let you use cast the bones right now. Just because this is a once per mystery thing.
Yeah.
And this isn't currently a mystery. This is still a group session.
Yeah, I was debating like asking like if premonitions would have affected here, but that was also like at the start of a mystery. I assumed I would be able to use it.
All right, then I suppose we have to head back because I guess this has to be a hunt.
Probably.
The main thing is I just imagine it will turn into one. So
Yes.
as I was assuming, as soon as we saw it was gone.
Yeah, I assumed as well, but I was like, maybe we can at least get some information.
And we can at least get some kind of warning out to the ridge before anybody gets hurt.
True, we can actually mobilize people.
I hope I am assigned to this hunt.
Hint, hint.
I can only.
Yeah. Please, keeper, assign Z this hunt.
If we
Scar
need
the
to,
person with
we can
the trauma.
we can discuss people switching around if need be.
Switching around?
Well, yeah, because if we want to make sure that you are on this hunt, then we would need to do that. Possibly. It is going to be pretty much whatever group ends up being first.
Well,
So-
M and Z's hunt wants to be the 13th, so
Birthday! Yay.
So we
that
will
was
see.
Birthday trauma.
Birthday trauma for all you.
But either way.
And James would also be there, and he knows about this thing and knows from the ridge. It would be really good, actually. It's the perfect group.
Well, my very late night dinner just arrived, so I'm going to bid you all a farewell.
Yes.
Okay.
With this, we will wrap things up. Thank you, everybody, for coming today, and I am excited for this month of hunts going forward.